Testing, testing. Testing, testing. Hello and welcome to the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago as presented by To Be Diced Adventures. I am your game master and host for this evening, Matt, also known as Wartor Knight out there on the interwebs, and I am delighted to say that I am here with the best Dungeons and Dragons cast that a man could ever ask for, man, woman, or anything in between. Starting with KJ.
Hello, I'm KJ. You can find me on social medias at kj.cosplay, and I play the party's child, who sometimes is Petrichor, our cleric paladin, and sometimes is Riley, our rogue.
It's 100% reliable, and it's not an issue at all.
It's not a problem.
And straight across the board, Tarzan.
What's good? What's poppin'? I'm your boy Daddy Tarzan. Just for your information, the correct way of pronouncing the title is the Dimensional Dial Door of Diago.
I swear to God.
Ignore him. Just ignore him.
I play Clucky McCluckerson, the Chicken Barbarian, and the resident Golden Retriever boy.
White chicken boy, not Golden Retriever boy. What is this? And starting things off in the bottom row tonight, Victor. I don't know what this was, but it felt appropriate.
Hi.
Jesus.
Whatever that is.
Don't ask. I don't know.
Stay tuned if you want to find out how we have no idea what we're talking about. My name is Victor. I'll be playing Borrow, the Wandering Monk, and you can find me as Victor_the Story Weaver on the Talks, and any other information you can find it on that profile. So that way you can stalk me at your leisure, I suppose, as that is what we do these days. So yeah.
I highly recommend stalking him. I do it all the time. I mean, anyway.
I'm counting on it.
Move into the middle of the back row. How's the hump? Hump's good. Taylor.
Hello. My name is Taylor, also known as Nerdy Pinup Girl on all social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, all that fun stuff. I play Xanthi Nightingale, who is the former alcoholic sorceress with a serious attitude problem still, but she's working on it. Trying. Keyword, try.
Beautiful. And our guest for the foreseeable future, all the way saving until the last, Mr. Oz.
Hello there, everyone. I am Oz, also known as Ghost Mr. Hyde on TikTok, and I play Soul Arkin, your resident spooky artificer.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. We will also be joined in the backgrounds, the best producer in the business, Mr. Michael St. Gregory.
We love you, Michael.
If this all looks awesome and beautiful, it's because of that man in particular. So go find and support him in all the ways that you can as well.
Yes, bless this man.
Bless this man. Alrighty. That being said, without further ado, last time. Oop, that's very loud. Let me switch that. Last time on the dimensional dial of Dr. Diago, our intrepid band of adventurers woke up, well, sort of woke up in the 7th dimension on the dial of Dr. Diago. And quickly it was discovered that they are, in fact, trapped in some sort of memoryscape. Mind palace, I believe, was the most common term that we used last week. It began with Petrichor and Riley actually seeing eye to eye, which is something that doesn't happen too often, with an audience with the Raven Queen herself, taking the form of Dr. Deanna Diago, and basically telling them, I am in need of your assistance, and I need you to help another one of my followers. This follower in question, the mysterious man, myth, and legend, come to be known as Soul Arkin Noctis himself, as he was trapped in his own vengeful memories, trying to craft a weapon that could exact the vengeance that he needed. Coming back to himself with the help of Petrichor and Riley, he then shed some light on the situation. They were in something called an echo cloud, which traps you in your worst memory until something else can come along and finish the job while you are unconscious. So, we need to wake everybody up. Passing through individual personalized doorways in this shadowy version of the laboratory of Dr. Diago, we ended up waking Barrow from a siege in the middle of a village square where he was very much so not his normal self. We woke Miss Xanthi Nightingale from a totally not traumatic memory at all, as we got to see a little bit of what it was like for them gaining their magical abilities, and a lot of bad coping mechanisms and just overall mental issues. And then we ended up seeing the goodest boy himself in the worstest possible situation, where he was basically going to end up being a goblin feast. Through trials and tribulations, one by one, the party was freed from these memories, and they were brought back to themselves. And at that point, all it was just waking up, which most were sort of persuaded to do via one of the best ways to wake up, in some people's opinion, falling. And one person took a much edgier approach to waking up. Absolutely fantastic. We love to see it. But back
Mortifying.
on the back in the land of the living, as it were, they woke up on the floor of Dr. Diago's lab, with a little bit of looking around and some encouragement to be expedited on their way. Soul Arkin was able to lead the party away from some of these denizens of the darkness that were trying to pursue these individuals, and led them to the city of Ebonfell, a city of splendor and magnificence. And not very long into the city, let's just say they had an encounter that they definitely did not expect. Looking down an alleyway, and a undead thrall of some kind was shambling their direction. What on earth could this zombie be doing in the middle of a city? What is our new acquaintance going to do to help our adventurers on their way? And what exactly is so terrible that the Raven Queen herself needs assistance? These questions and more have yet to be diced.
It
Oh,
was
so
so
bad!
so much.
I have chills.
Ah.
I
Oh
have
my god!
chills.
And, Michael St. Gregory, everybody! Ugh!
Wow.
Yes.
Salt
Yay,
bait.
that
Hey, Gregory,
shit. Yep.
everyone.
Sprinkle that shit on there.
Yes.
You know,
Just double
Smash.
smash.
So good.
Smash.
smash.
Smash, 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 smash.
Smash.
It's all in
Demolish.
pieces.
Straight up crane. Building.
Alliteration. Yes.
Raise the
Beautiful.
roof and bring down the house. Like, smash.
Oh my god. Good stuff.
Alrighty. So, we pick up where we left off. This beautiful city that you have been told is called Ebonfell. Excuse me. Under street lamps lit by arcane flames, towering Gothic architecture of the finest quality, people walking by dressed in all types of fineries, as you are being led by the this new acquaintance of yours, the tall, dark, and handsome individual that is telling him to that has told you all his name is Soul. Much to your surprise, shambling out of the darkness is some type of undead creature. And I do believe that it began with Barrow's perception, followed by the inquiry of Petrichor.
Yes.
How shall we proceed?
I think we ended with me just turning to see it, right?
Yes.
Yes, and then Matt described what it was, and then ended scene.
And then ended. I think Barrow senses Petrichor's hand tighten against his and go very still.
Barrow sort of squeezes the hand back in a response of just reassurance, as he instinctively just does his thing of taking a slight step forward and sort of moving them a little closer to his body. But for now, he's just sort of like trying to figure out what this thing is doing, like whether or not, like, is it moving toward us, and how quickly? What's the distance?
So this would be kind of coming into your perception, which I think that we kind of sort of say is like around 60 feet ish for the most part, other factors notwithstanding. But that being said, in this moment, it's kind of come 20 feet into that, so probably a total of about like 40 feet away from you.
Mhm.
And it is coming directly towards all of you, just this shamble step after shamble step.
And we established that Borrow doesn't hear a heartbeat, correct?
No, you do not.
I'm going to say that he probably has a moment where he just, while hearing the shuffling of the feet approaching, he just has that calling out to the group as he goes, I believe something is approaching, and I cannot hear a heartbeat.
It's because it's dead.
Soul kind of just cocks his head and kind of just turns back at the party with like a raised eyebrow, just like, why, yes, of course. A lot of people here are dead. And they walk among the living, too.
But that's not normal.
Have you never seen a dead person before?
I did not say that.
Given this description, Clucky would have rushed over to this individual that they are observing. And is this individual hooded?
No.
No? Clucky would just grab them by the collar and lift their chin and to examine their face.
There is, the skin for the lips is pulled back, dried, desiccated. There is some gaps in the skin holding the jaw with just tendon for the most part. The eyes cataract over, patches of hair missing, some teeth having fallen out as, it just kind of gives a snarl and its head shifting from side to side as you have it up off the ground. And the next thing that you hear is, Oi! What the fuck you doing?
Clucky, put him down. Put him down, Clucky.
He looks back and
the voice
the
is not
voice
coming
is-
from the individual that you are holding,
Right.
just for clarification. It's beyond that
right.
individual.
Clucky looks back at the group and towards the direction of the voice and just sets the undead creature down.
With that,
Sorry.
it just kind of like straightens up for a second, shambles, almost falls to the side, and then steps around you, continuing sort of weaving slowly through the party. And almost like at a hurried pace behind this individual comes a shorter person, most likely dwarven in nature, but with gray skin, hair pulled back in a messy bun. This person is wearing overalls and he's holding a clipboard in his hand. And Clucky, he walks directly up to you and looks up at your huge form and just goes, "What the fuck? What do you think you're doing? Huh? He's got a job to do. You hold him up, you hold me up. I have a job to do as well. What you're out coming after my money right now. I hope you know that.
You are not the cursed one.
Christ, what did...
Yes, miss.
I'll curse all the fuck I want."
Petrichor just kind of says, "Excuse, don't mind him. We used to have a friend who was kind of undead. This cursed one is what he used to call him."
Well, that's just second. What do you mean?
We
Not where
apologize.
we come from.
We are not from these parts.
All right, fine. Just, all right, I got 2 more coming. Don't rough them up, feathers.
We will stay out of
And
your
sure
way.
enough, there is 2 more zombies shambling down the alleyway, and the one who passed you initially has gone over and picked up 2, like the handles of a wheelbarrow, and is now carting it back down the street where you guys came. The wheelbarrow filled with all manner of planks of wood and nails and hammers and other types of sort of carpentry implements.
Would you say that Clucky's getting a sense of any spiritual connection to these forms? Like, is there a soul bonded to these corpses that are wandering about?
Interesting. We're going to make this just a wisdom check for you.
Okay.
Spicy.
I will say during this time, Xanthi just kind of turns to Borrow. It's just like, talk about a dead end job.
Soul will be like kind of standing aside to the party. He's kind of like scratching his head. He's like, yes, I should have realized you would know what's going on here. Some of the nobility here, and a few of the more, let's just say, manual labor managers are very touchy about their, labor. I'll refrain from touching them in the future.
If we find our cursed one here, we will liberate him, regardless of who owns him.
Well, I don't know this cursed one you speak of. I mean, I guess everyone here can be considered cursed in one way or another.
Tell me about it.
I suppose that we are not to assume that they are a danger to us, at least within the city.
Oh, for the most part, no.
For the most part?
You may continue this if you want to fuck with them, but there has not been a undead related crime other than them being stolen in centuries.
What about them potentially doing a wrong move while dancing Thriller?
Straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Needed to
Straight
check.
to
Barrow
jail.
actually say that?
Just needed a double check.
Does Barrow actually say that?
No, of course not.
Okay. All right.
What is Thriller?
All kind of worms to unpack. Borrow, what is Thriller?
Riley?
Now I need the AI art of Barrow doing the Thriller dance.
No, that's a TikTok. That's a TikTok that we all do.
That's a TikTok.
Oh my god.
We have the
I'm
cosplays.
bored. Let's do it. Anyway.
I think at this point, Clucky would be thinking with his stomach and would be leading past Soul in search of food at this point, given that we're now in a market or a city. There's bound to be a market nearby.
Clucky, we are going to his shop, remember? We'll find food soon, okay?
Yes, it's not far. It's not far. I promise.
Borrow's probably gonna take an opportunity to do stomp his staff like on the ground and do a tremor sense to see if there's anything of interest that he can sense through his tremor sense.
Perception check.
Please don't roll in that one like I did.
Well, I'm gonna give myself guidance so that I can roll more than so I can roll a 2 at least, you know. 18.
18. So there's plenty of solid objects for you here. Most of the buildings are, at least the first level, are made out of finely worked stone, and then some of the upper floors are finished with wood. As you expand your senses, there are people here. There are many, many, many people here. This city is thriving, And as you sort of extend your vision down the alleyway where this dwarf and these undead came from, kind of beyond your normal perception, there's a little corridor with stairs leading downward. But other than that, it is something that you haven't heard in quite some time, which is just the bustle of city life. People talking, people, trying to shop for things, people going about normal everyday life, peddling wares, talking about their jobs, about the latest gossip, about how about what you can assume is like sports and other things that most would consider mundane, but has been almost a month since you've had the pleasure of even a passing glance at anything like this.
What would you say that Bara is able to, using his hearing and his everything, is he able to get a sense of the ratio of undead to not undead based on like shuffle or heartbeats around, like to get a sense of, is this like an even count? Or
in this area that you're able to sort of perceive with an 18, with like sort of their shambled pace, there's the 3 that you just saw, but there's probably like 4 more in the area, as opposed to like the 20 plus, as you can assume, are living individuals.
Got it. Yeah, Boris is gonna, pay mind to that, but he's gonna follow Saul to his shop, still keeping his hand on Petrichor and alert just in case.
Soul, with his 7-foot tall frame, is walking fairly fast, so you're gonna have to struggle to keep up.
Petrichor struggles to keep up regardless. I don't know if you guys know this. Petrichor has a speed of 20.
So I will say, like, how heavy is Riley?
And we say something
How
like
much?
80 pounds.
I've carried Riley on my back because I have my.
I was
snipe.
gonna say Xanthi was gonna offer to carry Riley on her back.
I mean,
especially with how much we've traveled so far.
Because I have the sling, I basically have the rig.
Oh yeah, you have the baby carrier.
The baby Bjorn.
Yeah.
The baby Bjorn.
I
Yeah.
had to think of something while Petrichor's been unconscious before.
Borrowing his baby wearing.
Yeah.
Such a hands-on father.
But yeah, if he's moving fast, my Borrow would like almost instinctively just like just pick them up and sort of like adjust them so they, they're awake so they can adjust themselves in it as he.
I would say Xanthi would just be trying to keep up, but she also, due to the fact that she is now surrounded by people again, paranoia is definitely setting in. And she is going to be like looking for any signs of danger, or like she is looking at every single face to see if anybody is like giving them like a sideways glance.
Make a you know what? I'll let you decide, perception or insight, since you're also trying to get sort of a vibe. So
I will do. Okay, perception or insight are both +6. So,
okay.
And
you
I will
choose.
have. All right, let's do.
You want the feels or you want the eyes?
I'm gonna say perception, because she is going to be actively looking and see if anybody is like looking at them or like wanting to like follow them or trying to keep an eye on them, pretty much. Or is like, hey, these people don't belong here. Like, sort of look.
Gotcha.
And that will be okay. That will be a 14 plus 6, 14, 15,
Guidance.
20, and then plus my D4 is a plus 2, so
22.
22.
Beautiful. So, you scan the surroundings. What you are seeing is contrary to what you're used to seeing back home. This city is predominantly elven and, for the most part, drow specifically.
Smash.
There are some dwarves who, as yes, Victor pointed out, would for the most part be dwerger. There's the occasional deep gnome every now and then. There's a lot of you'll see a couple like tabaxi or leonin and a couple other things that kind of stand out as a little bit more interesting. The occasional dragonborn here and there, but all in all, with the vibe, there's a lot of people that you see. They're wearing very well-made clothes. There are families. There are people, like buying toys. There are people that are, like getting little knickknacks from vendors and whatnot, or jewelry. You're passing buildings that are well put together. Shop owners that are just talking about whatever the sale might be. And it's just, even though it is outlandish, it is also normal. Now, that being said, I know that you went for perception and not insight, but it does not take a roll to pick up on the fact that you all
stand out,
are very much so standing out, like by far.
Xanthi's just gonna slowly kind of put her hood up. The paranoia is just way too much. She's got to put the side blinders on, like.
For the most part, yeah. For the most part, people are like, being polite about it, but there's definitely a lot of double takes. People just kind of like, oh, okay, and going back to whatever they are doing. And
what is this large chicken doing here?
Yeah, Clucky would be acting as like a barrier between both Barrow and Xanthi to the crowd, and just kind of like parting the sea, as it were, pushing people to the side, getting them away from the group.
You don't have to. As you guys approach, like they get out of the way, especially with the very tall chicken at the forefront of things,
with a 10-foot long weapon on his back.
Would you,
go ahead?
Would you say that there would be anything worth keeping in ears perked of potential like whispers about us for someone who's being cautious
talking
about
trash about us? Tell us, Barrow.
I mean, if they're talking trash, it's fine. He just wants to know whether or not there may be somebody that's like, let's get them next.
Set him on fire.
Smash. Oh yeah.
Smash.
Give me a perception check.
Guidance.
I also will remind everybody that like my passive perception is 23.
Oh, I know, but still.
That'll be that'll be a nasty 20.
Ooh.
They're the dirtiest.
Love it. There is for sure like a little bit of buzz around about you guys. Like some people are just kind of looking at number one. What you hear is people looking at Clucky and just asking, "What is that?" There's I'll be honest, that is like the majority of what you are hearing, because he is the most outlandish of all of you. I mean, One of you is a child, and then there is a man, and then there is a woman. So, I mean, there's like some vibes that they would be picking up from Baro and Xanthi, like, like particularly about how the pair of you, how your eyes present, which is not normal to most people. One for how colorful they are, and the other one for the fact that it's a telltale sign of their inability to see. There are a few people who are wondering why the child is wearing armor and has a weapon.
Don't worry about it.
I don't.
He's holding a weapon.
Don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean you don't know what I'm talking about?
I think I maybe have a knife.
That's
But
a
that's
weapon.
always
still a
stashed
weapon.
in-
Still a weapon.
It's always stashed in my bag because I don't have
Oh.
a belt.
Okay, I was about to say, like, it's not normal for a child to be carrying around a knife of any sort. So, but
No,
if you have it in
sure,
the bag,
but
then
like
Even
it's
still,
never like visible.
armor.
You don't tell me how to raise my children, okay?
yeah.
Knife in hand,
Xanthi was
24/7.
all for the
Protect
child
the
having a
child.
knife. Okay.
There
We've
is
been-
also what you'd be picking up is people that, probably pretty much when you like entered the city, people who are like, one of the first things that you hear is they had a child out there.
Hmm.
Yeah, so y'all being judged.
What?
And I'll give you one other thing. A lot of people are saying, who is Soul with? Like, who are these people that is like, is this Soul's new group? Or is are they doing work for Soul? Like, people are curious as to what
Those
you
things
are
that I'm
doing
hearing?
with the, yes,
Okay.
what you are doing with this individual.
I'm gonna say
A couple
Baro's
people do, as you're moving, a couple of people will, like, kind of passing on the street, address Soul with a hi, how are ya, and so on and so forth. How's the weather? Sort of small talk kind of things.
Baro's
Soul
just
will
gonna have a
kinda
moment.
just- Go ahead.
Baro's just gonna have a moment of like, it seems you are known in this city.
Yes, of some repute, I suppose. I do some business dealings with the nobility here.
What sort of business, if I may ask?
Oh, I run a magic shop, so they bring their items and artifacts there to be repaired or to be examined. So that's what I do.
You run a magic shop?
Yes, young one. He'll just kind of just crouch down in front of him. Do you like magic?
He borrows back, by the way.
Yeah, they're like
well.
He's got to
Okay.
crouch down
Six.
anyway.
Good
Still
baby
gotta crouch
boy.
down a little
they're
bit.
not as they
Head
don't need to
resting
crouch
on
too
Baro's
much.
shoulder.
Yes, it's kind of just kind of do like a half bend. He's like, yes, young one. Do you like magic?
Well, I am
And-
magic. Well, a little bit. It's complicated.
Well, I have many wares in my shop. I'm sure that you'd be happy to peruse. All of you, actually.
Xanthi
Would
will.
you be able to help me identify something?
Maybe.
I can kind of
what's this?
like I have a thing that lets me like pick up on magic and things that are magical, but I can't like tell what they do.
I'm not necessarily a wizard. That's not my expertise. I more take things apart to understand it. So it will take me some
Xanthi.
time.
Xanthi kind of will take a moment. She goes, You like to take things apart? She's going to pull out the staff of Booyah and just kind of hold it up. Be like, this is kind of something we found in a goblin's cave, but if you can do anything with it, I'll pay you good for it.
He'll accept the staff. Turn it over. Are there any moving parts on this staff?
There is
No.
not. As originally described, this is a quarterstaff. It's actually probably more like a rod, but it's staff enough. Made of a gnarled wood that you are actually not familiar with. And it is definitely enchanted. There are some like charms and stuff hanging off the top, and there is a sort of reptilian skull mounted on the top, which you do not believe has any sort of function to do with the actual weapon itself. Somebody put it there because they thought it was cool.
Okay.
Wasn't Clucky.
Flavor.
No, it was the goblins. They were like, yes.
Goblins doing goblin things, yes.
Pretty
If
much.
not, don't worry about it. But I've been looking to see if I can find somewhat of an upgrade for this. I'm not quite sure how what I can do now is going to be able to execute what I want.
Well, I have more tools in my shop that we can possibly use. So,
At this
please.
time, Clucky would hold out a great sword. This is great for executing anybody.
Yes, I see.
Just thinking of that audio of like, you like this I call this is Greg. I call this and this. I also have this.
Does Clucky name his weapons?
Oh my
I
god.
don't think he would. I don't think he has the memory space for that type of.
That's valid.
Track
That's
If
valid.
he did,
Attention?
if he did, he would name his weapons much like he names people. So there would be the sharp one,
Sharper
blunt
one, the pointy
the
one,
long and pointy
the
one.
pokey
The bludgeoning
one,
one,
the one that
Bludgeoning.
pokes more than the pokey one.
Oh
One
the
that-
flashy one.
You're
A
right.
returning one.
This one
Lord.
slashes, but I have another one that slashes. So this one I call slash.
This is like
Double
pokey,
slash.
but this is like long pokey, so I call this long pokey. And like I don't know, just oh dear God.
Just imagine that all of them being named slash, but depending on when he got him, he just adds another slash. So like the fourth weapon is slash.
I was
Oh,
more
this one's
thinking he
slasher.
would use a different emphasis every time he says like this is slash, and then this is slash, and then this is slash. Like it's all different emphasis.
I'm loving all this headcanon for
We've
Clucky.
derailed.
We will be for the audience. We will be making a whole book about Clucky
Yes.
Weapons Dictionary coming soon.
Lucky
to,
baby names 2024.
Coming soon to a KFC near you.
Oh my
Fucking name.
God.
Fucky going through his weapons. This is slasher. This is slashing. This is slashed. And this is slash from Guns N' Roses.
That's my stuff.
I'm
my
gonna
God.
say that
Clucky picks up a level in Bard.
while they're walking, Mara's probably going to just like quietly lean toward Riley and Petrichor and just kind of go, so what do you see in this new place?
In a very obviously tired and sleepy voice, they've just been having their head rested up against his shoulder and his neck. We'll just kind of lazily describe the surroundings to him.
It smells like shit.
Actually, it does not.
Smells like shit to him.
Clucky thinks it does.
They
That's
didn't,
something
they didn't
that
know
you
we had a
all will-
bougie fucking chicken.
What's a
That's
smell
all-
Clucky enjoys even?
Farms.
Or
Ooh, isn't that animal shit?
It smells.
Matt.
It smells nice
Petrichor-
to people that are raised on farms.
Petrichor
Matt.
100% would. A lot of their descriptions are via like smells because that's still something that's so new to them.
it actually smells incredibly pleasant around here. It smells like fresh flowers, and you don't see any, which is kind of strange to you. And another thing that makes that strange is as you are walking through the city, you are passing many up and moving dead bodies. Why does it smell so nice?
Dead is stuffed with potpourri.
They're popu zombies.
Where's the shop you're taking us?
Oh, it's
Cheers.
just around the bend. And as you kind of turn the corner of this dimly lit street, you'll see a very boxy, just completely jet black building. And across the top of the door, you'll see a sign that says Ultralife. There,
It looks like shit.
that's my shop.
Clucky wants to go back to the dinosaur island.
He still needs
has
to
it.
get that. He still needs to get that freaking crocodile.
Don't bring up the
He's a-
crocodile.
He's out ahead. He's out ahead. Clucky will push past Soul as soon as he's pointed it out and try and enter the building first.
The door opens before you even touch it, and no one or anything is standing behind it.
Oh, automatic doors. Lovely.
I'm sorry, what's an automatic door?
I don't know, but the door did open up automatically, so.
As Clucky enters, you'll see there's a column of like spectral chickens that have been falling in tow behind Clucky. They immediately all rush inside and disperse throughout the store and start exploring its entirety. And as that happens, they'll run back to him and start feeding him information about the store. He's basically searching out for potential threats and whatnot with his assistants, as it were.
What the assistants see is not the interior of a square building. However, it's super huge on the inside. And the ceiling, if you look at it, at the very edges, it appears to be like a domed ceiling coming up, but it's a pitch black color and little twinkling lights, almost looking like stars, are just kind of scattered throughout. And from the middle of the ceiling is a group of streamers that kind of branch off in various colors of purple, gold, black, and gray, just kind of glide off to the edges of the room. And it's all set up like a very open warehouse, but only like things are like in like head height level, so everything's very accessible. And at the very center, there's a very large black desk. Yes, welcome. Just right on in, I suppose.
I changed my mind. Your roof is nice. The rest
Why,
is
thank you.
I could care less about. It's safe for the rest of you.
Xanthi is gonna go ahead and walk in, and if there's any steps, she's gonna let Barrow know beforehand as she walks in.
Small note. The smell that you smell when you enter the building is different from what's outside. It smells like petrichor. Not petrichor the person, but petrichor the thing.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you? You can't do this to me. Are you fucking with me? Are you? Oh my god!
For those that don't know what petrichor is, it's a pleasant smell that frequently accompanies the first rain after a long period of warm, dry weather. That's what petrichor is.
So what's really funny is petrichor is actually Xanthi's favorite smell.
Listen.
And this is legitimately canon, and she's going to take in this scent, and you just like she kind of just smiles to herself for a minute, and she kind of just feels this calm come over her, and for a moment it almost looks like her eyes could well up with tears, but it's just kind of more of a glossed over kind of look as she then just kind of smiles to herself as she just kind of starts roaming and looking around the shop.
Upon closer
top of
inspection, you'll realize that the smell is actually coming from smoking braziers that are scattered throughout the building.
Oh, I love that.
As whenever Barrow walks in, I think Petrichor at this point kind of has their eyes closed, just kind of sitting in the harness, and just hums softly to themselves.
I'm having a moment here because it's not the first time that it's happened, but it's the first time that we're going to be bringing it up. Petrichor smelling Petrichor.
Petrichor. This is the second time.
It did rain on the dinosaur island, but it just wasn't brought up that you are smelling Petrichor for the first time when that happened.
And Petrichor has mentioned that they know what their name means and that they were kind of able to sense what everybody else smelled, just in a different way. And so getting to experience it like everyone else does, it's just that little bit of familiarity with something that is kind of attached to you in a sense, and fully getting to understand what it means to other people.
Oh, Petrichor, how does it make you feel? It smells terrible.
Awful.
I hate it.
Absolutely not. That is not at all a thing. I love the smell of Petrichor. It's my favorite thing.
I do as well. It is.
Anybody who does not is not human.
Smells like shite.
Tarzan is
smell
not
like
human.
shite.
No, Clucky doesn't.
Clucky's not human, so
Exactly.
Oh my god.
So, we are now indoors. We've gotten a beautiful little description, and after everybody enters, that door once again closes seemingly on its own.
Dun dun dun.
Ah, yes, thank you, Alfred. As he just speaks to seemingly no one that is there.
Alfred.
Xanthi's immediately paranoid and looking around the room.
Who's Alfred?
Well, he is, I guess he can introduce himself, and he'll snap his fingers, and behind you, seemingly like just bursting out of existence with like a puff of light and smoke, is a spectral entity.
Xanthi jumps and you just see arcs of electricity come off her. Just be like, where the fuck did that come from?
Well, he's always been there. You didn't see him? Oh, well, I guess you don't have the sight like I do.
I suppose I do not.
Yes. Excuse me.
We've missed those jokes. We've missed those jokes.
I had assumed that you saw of a different nature.
I see a lot of things, but it's nothing like that.
Is this a spirit?
Of a sort, yes. He is my guardian companion. My counselor, if you will. My extra hands.
Your therapist?
Would
Sometimes.
Would Clucky's spectral chickens be able to pick up on that entity, even if he was hidden, or no?
I would say no,
Being a different dimension, Pauline.
Well, not really because of a different dimension, because knowing the nature of Alfred, it is not technically it's not present until Soul deems them present. So yes, they probably could have entered and not really been aware of them, but now that he is present, there is definitely, it's not the same, but it is similar to your poltergeists.
I love that name.
Poltergeist.
Yeah, no, there would be like a small gathering of some of the chickens around Alfred, just examining him, getting familiar with his spiritual essence.
Remind me, Oz, can Alfred communicate with people who are not you?
Yes.
Yes. So then,
as long as he is present, like in the visible form, then yes, he can communicate.
So there's it. I'm assuming I have a lot of assumptions on Alfred as you know.
I
So
will. I will DM you, and you can literally take it from what as you will.
It's Soul
Okay.
Batman.
He makes
in
weird
a way,
gadgets, and he has a butler named Alfred, and he
I
kind of
mean-
sits in the dark, surrounded by dead people. I don't
Listen.
know.
He has pointed ears.
He does.
And don't drows kind of look like Soul's a drow, correct?
No.
No,
Soul
No, he's
does
a-
not look like the drow that you have seen walking through the streets.
no.
Elf,
fuck.
yes.
Elf. Okay, yeah, he is an elf. Yeah, so he does have pointy ears.
I'm just gonna say we haven't seen Soul and Batman in the same room at the same time yet. So
Oh my god.
Might as well just call the place Gotham and call it a day.
this is
So
interest. Go ahead.
So in this moment, as the poltergeists sort of swarm around Alfred, maintaining his posture but looking down at them, does then look up again to Soul and just go, young master, I did not know we were to be having company this evening. Shall I arrange more place settings at the table?
Ah, yes. Make a place for, and we'll start to count. 5, including myself.
As you wish, sir. Come now. And like sort of ushers the chickens along so that either they are out of his way or they follow him to be out of the way.
The
Chickens are
Ratatouille
gonna be
movie, but with
help.
chickens.
Clucky would just give them a hand gesture. They'll take a bucket of feed. He doesn't know
I
they
will
can't
see
eat, though.
what I can do.
They don't eat, but he doesn't know that.
Aw.
And at the mention of food, he will clap his hands this time, twice, and he'll say, Vuna, are you around here? And from one of the corners of this vast, or seemingly vast, shop, a Goliath will materialize.
What?
Did he say Vuna?
Bula.
Yes, he did.
I think
Vuna.
at that, Petrichor opens their eyes and perks up because they recognize that name.
What?
You recognize more than that name. Standing about
Chief Vuna
seven
from
and
the
a half
Frost
feet
Dimension.
tall, covered in furs, with a great axe strapped to his back, is Chief Vuna that you saw in Fyodor.
What?
Yes, Vuna. How did our dealings go with the clans?
You know how they are, and you also know that you should not send a hammer to do a feather duster's work.
Petrichor actually points over Barrow's shoulder. I know him. We know him. Hi. Again.
His voice is familiar, I suppose.
Chief
A
Vuna.
version of him, maybe.
Xanthi's just kind of blinking and staring.
I'm sorry, do you know this gentleman?
The second dimension that we were at. Did we talk about this? Anyway, the first time
No,
we
don't
traveled,
do-
it was this wintry dimension, and we got to go to this little village, and Chief Vuna showed us around. I didn't look like I do now, but that's where I got my necklace. And we'll hold up the necklace of petrified wood that has a protection rune on it.
I'll
Well,
kind of be taken aback by that. And just kind of looking. I apologize that you are not familiar to me, for The people that I have known have been gone for a very long time until Sir Noctis found me, as it were.
Yes, he was wandering the astral planes, the sea of nothingness that is there. The poor soul.
It was very
So I took
boring.
him. Yes, he was just sitting alone, throwing thought bubbles around. It was really perplexing. Yes. Anyway, you know that I needed to go and do my research, and I had Alfred here at the shop. So who else to send but my hammer, and my trusty hammer at that?
I did not much take to diplomacy when I was alive. What makes you think that I would be good at it now that I am dead?
But what better time than the present, my good man?
If you insist, but I did my best, and they will send word in the morning. I
Very
take
well.
that back. They will send word tomorrow.
Very
There's
well.
no daylight. Oh shit. Oh
Pet-
shit.
You caught me. I fucked up.
Petrichor looks visually like put out at Vuna not knowing who they are, and just kind of goes back to head resting on Barrow's shoulder.
I'm presuming that both the Alfred and Vunar, they're just specters, so there's no other than their voices, but maybe their presence, like heartbeat, steps, things like that, or smell, are not a thing.
No.
Noted.
Clucky would approach Vuna. Vuna's, if I recall, is like almost twice Clucky's height, isn't he?
Not twice his height. He's not a giant. He's a Goliath. So he's like
Right.
Smash.
he's more than a foot taller than you, though.
Yeah, 7 feet at least. Yeah, Clucky would.
He's
Look him
taller
over.
than Soul, and Soul is 7 feet tall.
Motherfucker, you're taller than me.
Smash.
Clucky would just look him over, being an air of familiarity. Tell me, tall one, how did you die?
The way that all of the chieftains do in battle.
And you're a spirit now.
It would appear so. Not even death could keep me from resting. Not even death could keep me resting. Sorry, grammar's hard.
English. Yes, I make it a rule of thumb never to ask about the ones who have passed on about their past, because it's never a good time. And I suggest you all do the same.
Potential ways.
Pointidia,
Potential
keeping
ways.
him-
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Tell me, Pointidia, are you keeping him against his will?
Well, I asked, and he said that he wanted to be removed from the boredom. So I did just that. And gave him purpose.
Very well. Clucky would follow the Alfred up the stairs or to the dining area after he got his answer.
Laura just has a moment of, I can understand trying to respect their past, but a wasted opportunity, don't you think? To have the opportunity to learn from someone who has lived and then died.
True. But then you force them to drudge up all the things that they miss in their life. All of the things that they left behind. And then also to experience once again their death. You would ask them of this?
To ask is not to demand.
Well, on that we differ, it seems.
You are the one with the specters. I trust that you know better than I do.
And with that, he'll kind of just come. He'll just flourish over to the dining hall, and you will proceed downwards a set of stairs that are also of a dark wood, just very almost black, very dark wood downwards. And as you are creeping down, there's like lights that kind of start to flicker on. They aren't held in place by anything. They're just kind of flashing.
I'm a huge geek for fucking Dark Elf lore. I love Dark Elf lore.
I would say
I
Xanthi
love
probably,
it.
Xanthi would probably take one last look at the specter before heading down the stairs. Just kind of almost like wondering if she decided if she kind of just wondering to herself if she didn't turn back, if she would have ended up in the same situation. And then she's going to head down the stairs.
Bara's gonna speak to Petrichor as they move downstairs, and he's having noticed the reaction to the chieftain. You have questions?
I don't know if questions is the way to put it.
How would you put it then?
I don't know. We got to see someone that we saw, but it's different. And kind of knew it was going to be because no one that we know that we've seen in a different dimension is the same. They don't know us.
Yes. In a sense, you are meeting a familiar face, yet not someone familiar.
It happened before I woke you guys up.
How do you mean?
Well, we transported, and when I came to in the dream realm, me and Riley were both really confused because we could see each other. But we kind of quickly realized we weren't awake yet, because it doesn't work that way for us. And then I saw her, or who I thought was her.
It's Doctor.
Yeah.
But it wasn't her.
No.
You know who it was.
I know of who it was. I don't really know who. Well, yes, I know who it was.
Do you want to share more of it?
Maybe once we're not so caught up in things.
Understood. And he just has a moment where he just pats their head as he just keeps going.
You enter the dining hall, but instead of chairs, there are very large, almost bean bags, and a very low table. The floor is covered in a very fake fur carpet, or you think it's fake. As you walk across the carpet, it kind of just clings to you a little bit and just kind of cushions your footfalls, and then like when you leave it, it kind of flops over and disperses as you walk forward. Around the room has a bunch of lanterns that have it's not flame. You're not sure what exactly it is, but it's just a blue light that's just kind of flickering in it. Just a low light. What else? All of the silverware, the plates, it's not silver. It's iron. For a reason. and he will take up a tray. Here, have some Colbine Knolls while we wait for dinner. And you'll look at it, and it's just bread and cheese.
Clucky's going to remove his quiver of his armament bag off his back and set it next to the beanbag, and is going to try and attempt to sit in the chair, the beanbag chair. I'm rolling at disadvantage to see if he can fucking manages to sit in this thing.
Oh my god!
It's like watching the family dog get into a hammock for the first time.
That moment when the thing that ended up killing Clucky was a beanbag, not a dragon, not a
This
croc.
is this display is very awkward. He rolled a 15 with disadvantage, so I'm assuming it's a decent enough roll.
Yeah.
He struggles. He kind of gets the concept of how to sit in this fucking thing, but it's such an awkward process of getting comfortable in this thing that you just see him like kind of sitting it awkwardly, and it lumps off to the side, and he's sitting cockeyed. He adjusts again, accidentally plunges his back talon into the bag itself and steps down on it and starts pouring out the contents all over the ground. And like, And
How close to actual beanbag chairs do these look?
Okay, couple things.
They were filled with neutron star matter. Clucky has
You just destroyed a galaxy. It's fine. So it's not like a floppy bean bag. It's like
okay,
you collapse in it. No, it's not like that. It's like one of the more firm floor cushions, but it's like, it's taller. It's like off the ground a little bit, so you're able to actually sit up at the table instead of slouch.
Gotcha.
When Clucky tore open the beanbag, lots of things that look like marbles spill out. And upon closer inspection, they're very tiny phosphorescent little stones that are they're squishy.
You're like Orbeez?
Kinda. Okay, you know the microorganisms that glow in the ocean along the shoreline? It looks like that.
The sea algae, the bioluminescent plankton.
It looks like that, but it's stone. It's almost like the plankton was petrified.
Yeah, Clucky would just look at the mess that he created and just stand up, kick the chair back out of the way, and just sit down on his knees.
Japanese style. Let's go.
Immediately, Alfred is already cleaning up the beads.
My question still stands. How similar to big beanbag chairs do these look?
I mean, it's woven, so it's not like a plastic material or anything. It's like a woven cushion that's encasing all of this. And they're roughly from the ground. I would say they're maybe 1.5 feet tall off the ground. And the table itself is almost reaching 3 feet. So it's comfortable enough to just get your chest and elbows and stuff all over the table.
Yeah, Clucky would be more comfortable on his sitting traditionally on the floor at that table than in that wonky chair.
Mara's probably going to gently sort of bring Petrichor down next to one of the seats so they can sit down.
I think what happens is when they get down, there's a weird tingle of familiarity that Riley picks up on that kind of pushes forward, and you can see it through their face, even though it's not Petrichor being familiar with this, as they sit down.
Xanthi would probably walk over. She's going to kind of nudge the chair with her foot for a moment, not quite sure what to make of it. And then she's just going to slowly sit down, adjusting herself in it. And then she's going to Gonna lay back. She takes a deep breath in through her nose, just again taking in the scent of petrichor and in the whole entire building. And then she's just gonna kind of almost let it like a relaxing sigh, just being happy that she's no longer out in like public. And just kind of
anxiety.
Xanthi does not do good with crowds. She hates crowds. That's why she honestly, I'm glad her sobriety journey was through the dinosaur and like to where there was like really no people, because that is most of her triggers. But now it's like COVID's over. She's back in society and she's forced to talk to people that she's not used to. So she is just kind of enjoying the silence and like the peace of not hearing like constant buzzing of people around her and like having to be so paranoid about everyone passing by them.
We're gonna need logistically to get Clucky a bag of holding so he's not logging around a 10-foot pole on his back the whole time.
What if can we make it collapsible? Hey, maybe Soul can make it collapsible.
Why? I think it's
like a
easier to get
lightsaber,
it's easier for a magic user to get a bag of holding than try to make something
A collapsible weapon.
Hey, I'm just throwing ideas out there, okay? I'm trying to get Clucky a cool weapon that's like a transformer, all right?
On the far side of the room, close to where Soul is about to sit, there is a wall of curtains that are shimmery, almost just kind of reflect the light almost. And emerging from these curtains is a pure white albino dog. You'll see its nose kind of peek out, sniff the air, kind of give a soft, like, happy bark.
Question.
And immediately
Matt.
blinks from existence.
A blink puppy! A blink puppy!
Okay,
There's blink puppies?
pause. Matt, has
Ah,
Petrichor ever seen a dog before?
Clucky has.
I thought
If you
Petrichor
were
saw a
wolves
dog in
from
the
the first
in the
dimension?
village when they were playing with the children.
those were more akin to wolves than dogs.
Big puppies. If not friend, why friend shaped?
If Soul is 7 foot tall, this puppy comes up to at least his knees.
It's like an Irish wolfhound.
Yeah.
Wolves are doggos with bad table manners.
Yeah. But Petrichor could totally ride that thing into battle.
I think what happens is Petrichor sees a dog and looks at it curiously, and then I rolled for this actually. In like a split second, there's a flip of facial expression, and you just hear Riley go, "It's a dog!"
Things that are things that are strong enough emotions to incite a change in Petrichor and Riley. People dying, great stress, seeing a dog.
Valid. Same.
Not only
I
just
think-
a dog,
I
but a
think-
blink puppy.
A blink pup. Like, I think before it blinks, she actually like gets up to go towards it, and then it like blinks out and like just like, where'd it go?
And the dog will reappear now that Soul has sat down. The dog will reappear and kind of curl himself around his side, his head just resting in Soul's lap. Ah, there you are, Alphonse.
Alphonse.
Oh my god!
Just come up
Riley
with all the
just
cool,
kind
cute
of-
names.
Trepidatiously like walks closer, looks up at Soul. Can I pet him?
Well, sure. I mean, he's not normally friendly with everyone, but I'm sure with your charming disposition, that will be different.
Riley just like down on her knees will kind of look at the dog and like slowly reach a hand out to try to pet him.
I feel like Borrow
What
probably
happens, Matt? I don't know.
I feel like Borrow throughout all of this, he'd be just curious to like, he'd be like doing his usual idle tapping of his staff, just to like use it as a way of getting a better sense of this place where they're in. Because most things seem to be spectral. There seems to be noises and voices, but there are no physical bodies. So he's just trying to like at least get a sense of whether or not there might be something else physical somewhere in this place.
Well, this dog is physical.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
he's getting all sorts of alarms going off in Borrow's
Still,
senses.
yeah. Still,
It just-
still, Borrow would be attempting to like get a sense of like the structure and
That four-legged canid creature is physical. You did perceive it, and you perceived it there, and then you perceived it there immediately. So, yeah, there's that.
I would like to roll an insight check to see if it has a human face.
Will you
No.
stop
it!
absolutely not.
Stop it!
Taylor's banned.
Absolutely
Taylor,
not.
you're banned.
I will beat you.
Ousted. Leave the wholesome
Strict
puppy
jail.
alone.
We will turn this caravan around.
Clucky at this time would have, as soon as or after Soul had offered bread and cheese, would have taken like a fistful of bread and cheese mixed together and started not only just feeding himself, but tossing crumbs onto the ground for his chickens to eat that are pecking at it, but aren't able to pick it up.
They try. They get an A for effort.
Xanthi will just very gently kind of take a small piece of unruined cheese and unruined bread that Clucky has left untainted, and she's just gonna take a bite while watching him just very crazily throw scraps onto the ground with celestial chicken. She's then just gonna kind of sit there and mutter and go, Clucky, I don't think your chickens can eat actual food.
So in this moment, just because I was thinking it before Taylor started speaking, periodically, as you know, Clucky is doing this, Alfred immediately just like comes by, sweeps up the crumbs, and just continues on with what he's doing. So every time he looks back over, there's no more crumbs.
The man, okay?
He thinks they're eating them. Oh my god.
There's a reason why I keep his man around, okay?
He's just doing his thing cleaning up, but Clucky's just like, what do you mean they're not eating? Look, they're gone. Here, have
I was
some
just about
more."
to say that. All right.
Xanthi is just gonna like let out like a sigh, and she's just gonna like kind of pinch the bridge of her nose, and she's like, you know what, Clucky, never mind. Just keep feeding your chickens. You're a good chicken dad.
Did
Can I pet the
Xanthi?
puppy?
Yes, I thought I said yes already. Real quick though, just for description, Xanthi, did you eat the cheese already?
Not if I can help it. I would say that if Borrow senses like Xanthi moving something to their mouth, Borrow would probably, if he's not within hand's reach, Xanthi would find the staff just literally like just
Okay,
getting in between.
Xanthi, upon her snack being interrupted, is going to
Roll initiative.
she is like, granted, Barrow isn't going to see this, but she is going to cut him a look, and he can probably feel the daggers that she is stabbing through him right now. And she's just gonna be like, Barrow, I have not had a drink in weeks, and I have not eaten in God knows how long. Why did you stop me from having a snack?
Without the desire to insult our host, I fear that I have become cautious upon our travels. And you see Borrow actually reaching for a piece of cheese and then eating it. as he's just like takes a moment to smell it first to let his sense see what it says to him, and then he just eats it, trying to get a sense of what it is or whether or not he feels his purity of body having to fight anything else.
I knew it. Monks, baby.
Smelling the cheese, it smelled like charcoal.
Okay.
So we were gonna violently puke after eating this cheese. All right.
No, it looks like cheese. It just smells like charcoal. Just like that really good charcoal smell, not like just burnt death
Like
smell.
smoky.
Oh, is this smoked Gouda?
Upon eating it, it actually tastes spicy.
Smoky pepper jack. Oh, I
Yes,
love
the
it.
best.
And it's not an uncomfortable burn, it's just a light tingle at the back of your throat.
I believe
Um,
for everybody except Clucky.
Yeah, because Clucky can't taste spice due to the fact that he is a chicken.
I'm going to go ahead
Red
and
peppers
assume-
are commonly fed to chickens to deworm them.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that there are no poison or any reactions such as that.
You
As
don't
I
have any
ingest.
reactions.
Yes, no, I wouldn't offer poison. How
Xanthi
dare.
is then
No,
just gonna
no.
kind of like put a hand on Barrow and just be like, "Can I eat
You
some
see,
cheese now?"
Barrow. You see, Barrow just lifts the staff from like the front of your hand and then just taps the back, like just like a little like. Up, you know, you can like you can
You're
do
good.
it. It's like a little, like just a little. Like,
Xanthi
carry
is
on.
now going to take another, if there is another untouched piece of cheese, if Clucky hasn't grabbed another handful by this point,
There's
and I'm guessing if the celestial chickens are fine, we should be fine. So she's gonna take a piece of cheese, put it on the bread, and she's just gonna take a bite. And upon like the spicy food, she's going to like then just kind of take a small handful respectfully, not aggressively, and then she's gonna just be kind of snacking. Good.
Roll a
Xanthi
Constitution
likes
saving throw.
food. What? Wisdom saving throw?
Constitution? Oh shit!
Constitution?
As
For
all of this is
spice?
happening,
He's
as
doing
this
this to
is
fuck with
happening,
us.
it's probably
no, I don't think he
roll
is.
the save. As all of this is happening, Riley is fully distracted by petting this dog. That is the only thing that is it. The dog.
Actually, Soul will kneel, like bend down, kind of whisper.
That would be a
in
natural
Alphonse's
20 for
ear.
a 26.
Baller.
It's just cheese and bread.
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it!
What?
Suddenly, we
Fucking
all
do it.
learn that Xanthi
I
is
wasted a nat 20 on this, Matt!
You
A
have
nat
inspiration.
20 on cheese and bread!
DM inspiration, my child.
You have inspiration.
I already have inspiration! Can I get double inspiration?
Yes.
Yay!
also we now learn that Xanthi is allergic to gluten, and she does.
No, Xanthi is not lactose intolerant!
there is a gamey aftertaste to this cheese, like meat.
It sounds wonderful, and I want it.
I'm hungry
Right.
as hell.
And Soul will also bend down and someone's echoing.
Echo.
Echo.
I think it's
You.
Tarzan. No.
No, it's Taylor.
Me?
Who's
Yeah,
not wearing
KJ, you
headphones?
can't
Yeah.
just say it's you. There's 6 of us here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Taylor doesn't have headphones. That's why.
Okay.
Is this better?
I think
Let's
so.
see.
Maybe. Nope.
Lead,
That's
lead,
not as
lead.
bad.
Loot, loot,
Fine.
loot. Beat,
Oh,
loot,
we-
don't
loot,
echo.
loot.
Me
through
too.
your microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, just
Okay. Okay.
It's fine.
Minus one inspiration. I'm kidding.
Right. Let me get this out, damn it. He'll whisper to the dog, and the dog, Alphonse will perk his ears up and look directly at Riley, and disappears. Reappears right next to Riley's side.
Wow.
And just kind of just start sniffing, and investigating.
Like when he sniffs like a little too close to like their face or whatever, there's just this little giddish giggle.
And I am assuming that he accepts Riley and lets him be petted.
I don't see why not. It's your puppy.
Yeah.
Bye, puppies.
I'm not the DM here, okay?
How
He's
is
going to-
how is little guy reacting to the dog?
Hidden. Tucked
To me
away.
being sniffed at specifically.
Is little guy on you or me right now?
It's your puppy. It's your glowing lizard
Um,
puppy.
It's my glowing lizard. Okay. I think I think little guy just fully burrows hiding in the scarf because it's being sniffed at by something that's vaguely similar to what I saved it from.
Truth.
Oh, well, damn.
The little guy needs to roll for PTSD.
Right. He's a therapist.
Him's okay.
He'll-
He's just gonna be there.
It'll
If
buff up.
Alphonse gets a little too close to little guy, he'll fully just do his little gliding trick and land on Barrow instead.
Flying lizards. Love it.
That's so
Mr.
adorable.
Dandy DM, hello.
Listen, I said that I wanted a pet, and Matt let me have a gecko flying lizard thing that
Yeah.
has a tail that glows.
Little guy has always a place on my shoulder.
Oh.
All right.
To move it along, I guess, Alfred will start bringing in the food, and the soul will kind of sit back as he's just, munching on a piece of the knoll.
No.
So, which is the bread. Kolba is the cheese, and knoll is the bread. So, what brings you all to this plane dimension, if you will? Clearly, I saw you appear from nowhere, and you don't look anything at all like I've seen before. Particularly you, feathered one.
I'm here to kill anything that threatens my coop.
Right.
Clucky can be very protective.
I can see. And he'll
Yeah,
kind of just
maybe.
eye the giant sword.
And the giant axe. And the giant club. And the giant spear.
Oh,
He's got a
that's
whole-
all just visible? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
It's a whole
Yeah.
bag full of these giant fucking weapons.
Coop. Coop. He said coop. Like a chicken coop.
COOP.
Chicken coop. Chicken coop.
And this chicken cares about bowel movements very much, okay? It's a serious matter. He will defend it till the end.
This is a chicken. He's protective of his coop.
I would say that Barrow probably has, he has his staff on it. He leans on it, just resting, and sort of explains a little bit of the situation to Saul as he goes, well, we have been journeying through, I suppose, various realms with the use of magic and a peculiar device. This has led us through quite a journey, and this journey also is hopefully leading us to find the person we were supposed to find in the first place. We continue to journey through them. We know there to be 12 total, and this is currently where we are. 7, I believe.
You all are brave indeed to leave your mortal plane and traverse the unknown, not even
We-
knowing if you'll make it back.
Petrichor Riley kind of leaned back from full attention on the dog and just goes, I didn't really have a choice. And then goes back to petting the dog.
To be honest, none of us really had a choice. We weren't expecting to be launched into another dimension. There is a dial. That's what we were supposed to investigate to try and find this missing individual. And next thing we know, we're in this ice dimension where we met your specter friend of yours. And it's been a wild ride from then on out.
I've only been here for like 4 days.
Yes, but you seem familiar almost, though I don't know your face. And I do remember there being 2 of you.
Oh yeah, that. Yeah, that's a thing.
That's a whole other story.
I would try to explain it to you, but Petrichor's better at doing it than I am.
And where is this Petrichor now?
The hatchling is right there in front of you.
We're both it's both.
Think 2 minds in 1 body. It's
that.
It's a bit complicated. They kind of switch out. It's a little crazy, but we all got our problems, except for Barrow. He seems to be the only one who has this shit figured out.
And then I saw a dog.
The hatchling shed its protective shell only a few days. It used to be.
That's not what happened at all. I don't think. Clucky, is that what you think happened? That's not how that went down. It was actually.
And you see this kind of haunted look cross their eyes as they kind of get quiet.
We don't talk about what happened.
Xanthi's going to kind of recognize the look on Riley's face, and she's just going to kind of look at them and just go, you don't have to. But I'm glad that you both made it out of here, and glad to both have you here.
What are you doing at the dial?
Well, what you call the dial, I call my research. It's been a ruin for a millennia.
That's the book that we tried to read and you got angry and shut the book.
Yes. Spent many of years studying, trying
What
to...
claims do you have to the dial?
Just ask
It belongs to the hatchling.
Petrichor didn't make it. Petrichor helped make it. But, like, you could just ask Petrichor.
Yes, the dial belongs to the hatchling. What claims do you have?
It belongs to what's her name? Dr. Diago. Yeah, her.
I thought you were going to take that opportunity to do the
I
Tarzan.
almost did.
Well, I do
No,
not
it belongs
know.
to Go Diego Go.
The adventures of Go Diego Go.
Oh my god. This is where his ventures lead. Well, I do not know of this. What claims you speak of that this Petrichor has. I believe,
They're not claims.
seen the name Deanna somewhere in my musings. Some scrap of paper must have been written on it.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Petrichor's. Hold on.
And you sit and watch as it sounds like they're listening to somebody saying something.
She's supposed to be here? I think when we fought the goddess lady, Big Scary didn't we were out for a while. That was the thing. Remember? That was the thing. We both saw vision, you could call it. And we heard her voice saying, "Find me." And then the dial ticked to this dimension. So she could very possibly be here. Petrichor has a thing that they want to try, but they need some stuff to be able to do it.
Well, the shop above has plenty of tools and trinkets and ritual things of the like. I'm sure you could find something.
Well, it's not cheap, from what it sounds like.
Well, I do have many treasures here that are some that don't belong to me.
Not me waiting for Riley to be like, it's got to be at least $100, and watch everybody go.
Well,
what the
no,
fuck?
I was getting there. I had to pull the spell up.
Well, like, I don't know how your guys' currency works, but like back home, the materials that you could use for this are really weird, like a crystal ball, like witchy type shit, or
Language.
or like a silver mirror, but like one of those really fancy ornate ones that only like the rich people had. They were the ones who died first, but that's besides the point. Or I think churches have these, like really big fonts of holy water.
What's a church?
You know what a church is. There's actually a very large one. Yes,
Okay.
there's a very large one dedicated to the Raven Queen called the
I
Rookery.
mean,
Do we
the other
call it
word for
church,
church,
though?
I guess you could call them temples, but those are kind of different. Churches are like for like everybody practicing, whereas temples are like special places that you go and visit when you're on like a journey.
It's kind of both of those, but you people will use church or temple to describe the Rookery.
Okay. Noted.
You mentioned the name earlier before. Have you ran across the person that we seek?
Who? Dr. Diago?
Do you still have the paper?
Aye.
So
Sadly,
you
no.
have recovered like a handful of little pieces that were once notes on building the dial. But they are so disjointed you didn't even know that it was a dial. That's why you've been calling it your research. The name was on there, but the documents that you have recovered are very, very old.
Unfortunately, much of the items that I recovered have some of them just kind of crumbled in my hands. It was so old.
I mean, do you
Others
happen to
were
have any of
burned.
them left?
I mean, sure, I have plenty, but why would I give you free rights to my research?
Because I just told you this. Petrichor already knows all of it.
Well, then why don't you ask this Petrichor since they know so much?
Well, it's a complicated process. It's easier if you just talk to Petrichor, but we haven't quite figured out how to do the switchy thing by ourselves.
Riley, would you like to try now?
I guess I could try.
It's only if you think you would like to give it a shot. Maybe you can ask Petrichor as well. It seems the two of you have learned to listen to each other much better.
This
Okay,
jointed
we'll
consciousness, if you will,
They'll
it
sit down in a
seems
chair.
familiar. Oh, sorry.
Guidance.
It
Yeah, 'cause I
seems
don't have it right now.
familiar. These rumors that I've heard from nobles before can speak of joining two consciousnesses together. I've never seen it perform, so this should be interesting.
Petrichor will sit back in their chair next to Barrow. They're little, so I'm assuming these chairs are big enough for everyone else to sit in comfortably, which means I've got some room in this chair, and we'll just pull their feet up to sit crisscross. And like try to mimic like that crisscross like hands on the knees pose that Barrow does sometimes.
You see, Barrow actually does it with you as soon as you're. Oh, did they crash?
Oh no!
That's very still meditation right there.
Riley, come back. Oh, they're not crash. They're just
They're
lag.
really
Lagging
laggy.
Lag spike.
Whispers.
Aliens. It's the fucking aliens.
I think the reception in the Underdark is a little spotty.
Yes, we don't typically have cell service
Yeah,
here.
you need to get some better Wi-Fi, brah.
Well, I mean, I heard this Fey gentleman, Elon Musk. Have you heard of him? He's got this,
Yeah,
this fancy
the-
little
the-
thing.
I heard
The
he's an
circle,
asshole.
the circle of Musk Druid. Got it.
Yes.
Are you
There we
with
go.
us,
There they are.
Riley?
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm gonna say that Barro actually, as soon as they sit next to him, Barro just sort of leans the staff on the table, and he actually does the same, where he just sort of gets his usual like position with the hands down, takes a deep breath, and just sort of sits there as a way of like sort of inviting or guiding Riley and Petrichor into the state, and then he'll start just serene, just centering himself, just breath.
And they'll do the pose with like the hands upwards on the knees that they've seen you do every once in a while, and they look just kind of ridiculous trying it because it doesn't seem natural for them. But we'll just kind of okay, and just close their eyes and try to focus.
So I believe that I have been saying that this would be a charisma saving throw for you. However, given that we have successfully done it one time, and also we are using guidance, we're going to call this a charisma check so that you can actually apply guidance.
Yep. I have to get the other stats because this is for both of them or for one of them.
If this is consensual, then the both of them.
Cool.
And we need
They have
a
different
total
modifiers.
between the two of them.
Calculators.
We love math.
Do I get guidance for both of the rolls or just one?
One.
Okay. 38 combined.
Damn.
It is in this moment that within yourself, two hands reach out for one another and seamlessly grasp before switching places.
You watch. While for Petrichor and Riley, it's a very fluid, quick thing that just kind of happens. You watch for about a minute of time where they go very still and their breath very much in a pattern, very slow but deep, before their eyes blink open.
You probably would see also like Barrow smile before anything happens, because their heartbeats are probably different, just rhythmic wise and breathing wise. And so you probably see like a brief smile before Riley Petrichor opens their eyes.
This is the first time we've done it calmly.
Well done, you two.
And they just kind of are rubbing their hands on their pants, clearly sweaty palms.
The hatchling is still the hatchling. You understand?
They're here.
It's a process.
Intriguing.
And I think you actually hear Petrichor's stomach rumble.
Baro just grabs like the nearest plate and just sort of lowers it for them to.
Has Petrichor had cheese?
No.
I don't think so.
I know Petrichor's had bread and like
And meat.
eggs,
And meat.
but I don't know if they've had cheese before.
Let's see
And
if there's
definitely
cheese
not
in-
any with spice.
Yeah, spices
rations
are
would've-
brand new.
Rations don't have any cheese in them. Only jerky, dried fruit, hardtack,
So-
whatever that is. and nuts.
So Matt,
Uh-huh.
what is taking from Oz's description of what this tastes like? What is this journey like for Petrichor, who doesn't understand this language for flavors?
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh God.
Can I,
Spicy.
give them, can I give them? Is guidance work with saving throws? No. Never
No.
mind.
It's also not life or death.
I,
Plus,
know.
I wouldn't
I would say that
Take
Baro
it,
knowing
because this is just
having knowing that it's spicy, he would probably have a moment of like, just get a little
Little kick.
thing to it.
they look kind of concerned before eating it. I rolled a 17.
So you do get, as you bring it to your lips, you do get that smell which you have smelled before, like a campfire. And there is other notes behind it that you have not picked up on before. And as you bring it into your mouth and start chewing, there is that chewiness, that creaminess that that we all know and love, and that smokiness that hits you, which is it's weird at first, but it ends up being pleasant. And then the spice comes in and you handle it well, but it's still surprising nonetheless, feeling your tongue, which you're just getting used to, start to feel like there's something hot on it. It feels like hot, but it's not temperature hot. It's hot, but it's not hot.
I think you just watch on their face. For clarification, for anyone who's new, Petrichor used to be an automaton, so smells and tastes brand new to this kid. You just watch, like, they pick up the smell of it smelling kind of like a campfire and smile a little bit before eating it. And then it starts out like pleasant and then concerned and then this look of not knowing how to feel about it. And then you see them looking around and then pulls like a water container out of their bag to drink it because they're like, this isn't right. It's not supposed to do this. What is happening? And coughs a little bit.
What do we think?
I don't know. What was that? Food's not supposed to do that to you, right?
Some
That
does.
was Koba. Very delicious delicacy here, actually.
Just
In
see.
fact, much of the food tonight will be somewhat spicy in description, just because
Is that,
Most
is
of
that
the,
what you, is that what you call the thing that happened to my tongue?
the sting, yes,
Yeah.
that is spice. Yes, the hotness of a food, not in temperature but in flavor.
You just see Clucky putting fistfuls of this in his mouth and not even reacting to it.
Xanthi just kind of takes a moment. She turns to Soul and she goes, "What kind of peppers do you put in this? This is like actually really good." And like she's actively snacking on this. Like she is enjoying this. Like she is just She's actually enjoying herself, it seems, which is like a very rare sight for her. She doesn't really get bread and cheese. It's fancy. It's nice. It's something aside from rations and weird meat that Clucky brings back.
Petrichor will actually lean over to Borrow and just kind of whisper,
Do a lot of weird things that food do to you have names?
Oh, yes. We will learn them as we discover them.
Okay. Cause I had that one thing that I don't know if you guys describe it as spicy, but that little thing that Crow gave me.
Are you talking those icy, spicy things that he gave us?
The jerky?
Or it felt like your mouth was like
No,
on
it was
fire,
like
but it
this-
was cold.
Like a little white pill. But he said it wasn't a pill, it was like a thing that they just had.
He called them up. What was it? Can I roll a history check?
do you remember
I
what
mean-
the fucking mint is called?
Her first time
Yes!
requesting a history check.
Also, like, this is an opportunity to request a history check. I'm gonna do it.
Actually, I think as Petrichor's trying to remember what
God
the fuck
damn it,
it
that's
is,
a natural 20. So Xanthi just goes, I think they're called mints.
You basically
I
rolled
think as-
two natural 20s today for a
Good thing
fake
they don't matter.
constitution saving throw and a
For the
history.
flavor of shit. For the flavor of things.
I do want to bring up that in your home dimension, mint was a thing. Like peppermint was
No,
like
But not like rape your mouth mint, okay?
okay, but
My
here,
God,
that-
Taylor!
sure, that's a thing. But Petrichor's never had one until then, and so it was
And not
never
to
like a
mention, like, mint
concept.
is like an herb, but like not. There's mint and then there's mints. Like, yeah. But Xanthi would comment saying, like, I think he called them mints.
I mean, I think that was the second word he used, but there was one that started with an A.
and then like
Altoids.
sits and thinks for a second, and then
It's like, oh, Riley says they're called Altoids.
Altoids, like alto, like singers.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I suppose we can assume there will be many things that we will discover, we know and don't know, as we move through different realms, as we have.
All right, I'm getting hungry.
I don't know
Can we
any of
eat
it.
some actual food now before I get angry?
Xanthi's going for more cheese and bread.
Yes.
as
you're
the
hungry.
food is brought out, like I think Petrichor is a little bit overwhelmed with all of the smells that are kind of filling the room.
I do just want to point out really quick, as one person has commented, you say this because it's not mint. Fisherman Friend is menthol, which is mint on steroids. So help us if the child of the apocalypse gets menthol.
Oh my
That-
god!
Is that gonna be like
No.
in case of emergency, break the glass and take the menthol and give it
Well,
to the
like,
child?
wasn't the
Break the ice.
apocalypse
And then
dimension based in New York?
Yes.
Yes. Riley's
Nar-
experienced
Does
quite a
make.
few things.
It's Narcan for taste buds.
It's like chewing on shoe polish with toothpaste.
Rude.
I hate it.
All right, what's
I
the
like
dinner
Fisherman's
spread?
Friend. They
Salt?
work very well.
I'm ready for the main course.
Well, I didn't even get this far.
That's it. The dinner with cheese and bread. Deal with it.
That's that. As the food is being brought out, he will introduce every single dish. Most of it is something that is familiar looking to you, like you've seen these things before, but he calls them all by different names.
Chicken.
There are
Beef.
several platters of chicken. There's several things that look like shepherd's pie.
Clucky will eat it though.
Uh,
He will.
cannibalism.
Chickens are
There
cannibals.
there are racks of ribs from some unknown creature. There are various things that look like edamame. Very like tough in texture, but also salty. What else? There is an accompanying very light soup. It's almost like grayish tinge to it, and upon smelling it, you're like, smells gross. Like, who would want to drink this? But you see Soul like just taking a huge bowl of it and just downing the thing. There, some of the plants that you saw coming in that were glowing, there are like a couple mushrooms that are still glowing, just there on platters at the table. For drink, there is something that looks like wine, but also tastes spicy.
Interesting. I would
I
say
don't
Clucky
think
as
Petrichor doesn't serve themselves.
so. I would say Clucky as before the platters can even hit the table. Clucky's like reaching out and snatching stuff off the platters, like tears off a chicken leg, grabs breaks off some of the ribs as it almost hits the table, and just starts devouring feverishly because Clucky hasn't had like an actual meal in a long ass time. So you just see Clucky just inhale the chicken like it's no tomorrow, and just starts pecking at the rib meat. This meal is quite well presented. Is it? Yeah. Can't really taste anything, but it's tender. So well done.
Well,
So
you can thank Alfred. Alfred's the one who does all the cooking around here.
Alfred, as he's cleaning up, just kind of nods and just goes, "I cannot taste it while I'm cooking it anymore, but it does bring me joy to see somebody else enjoying it."
So
Clucky.
sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say Clucky throws a rib at Alfred. Eat up.
Right through him.
Rude.
Not even a flinch. Not even a flinch. Just
like,
yes, sir. And he goes and picks it up. Xanthi,
So,
you've been very
so
patient.
this drink that's being offered, is there any whiff of alcohol coming off of it?
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Temptation.
Oh no.
Matt, do I need a roll?
I will leave that up to you. You, as we discussed, are set on a 7.5 out of 10 to your sobriety.
Sadly,
You're past your 3-day hump, though.
Yes. You're gonna notice
Really?
also, like, you'll probably sense, even though you wouldn't be able to like fully see it, but you can sense that Barrow is now, his attention is on you. But in like not in like a judgmental way. It's
You can
actually
feel
more
his
of the
eyes.
concept of like, I'm here for you. You know, there's
Barrow?
like that sense of
Barrow can't see, but
Okay.
his eyes are locked right on you.
Okay. Okay. So upon taking in like the spicy, like I'm guessing from what you described this alcohol, I'm guessing it's like a spicy red wine, maybe peppercorn based, more savory flavor and savory notes coming through with, I'm guessing.
Nope.
No?
Think darker, black licorice and chocolate notes.
Ooh.
What color is this?
It's very dark. You can't even tell that it's wine per se.
By dark, I mean, is it red or is it black?
It's purple in color. Just a very dark purple.
Smash.
just
You
a
guys,
dark
I know
Fanta
exactly
wine.
why she's asking this question.
Fucking shitting me!
Fancy
Here it
feast.
is.
Fancy
Here it
feast.
is. Do it.
I will take a picture of this. This is a natural 20. Again.
Wow.
don't know.
Wow.
3 in a row.
Rolling out the 20s.
Wow.
I'm about to just give Xanthi the chef feat just to be
Right.
Yeah,
like,
pretty
yeah,
much.
you
But
fucking
Had
you're a
it.
connoisseur.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Okay,
You're a
so
gourmand.
Xanthi is going to immediately kind of smell the alcohol, and Barrow would definitely hear her heart rate increase as like she is taking in the scent. But she kind of, instead of just like an inhale, it's almost like a very deep inhale, almost how Barrow taught her with like the deep breathing techniques. And she more lets the scent of petrichor overcome her and overcome the scent of the alcohol as she slowly kind of just looks at the cup. You kind of see a numb expression across her face as she kind of places her hand on the bottom of the glass and slowly pushes it away before turning to Alfred and then asking, do you have water or tea of any sort? I really don't need this.
Both, which would you prefer?
Whatever is easier for you, good sir.
He
Water's
will,
1 step, tea is 2 steps.
Borrow.
will return with a cup of hot water and several tea bags.
Ooh.
You're gonna notice Borrow has a moment where he's smiling and just gives you a very slight sort of like couple of nods.
Xanthi
then-
just kind of looks over at him and she takes, like, I think she would probably take like a mint and chamomile mix and she'll put it in the cup and she'll slowly pour the cup over, and she is going to turn to Barrow and she's going to ask him, would you also like some tea, Barrow?
I would like that very much. Thank you.
She'll turn to Alfred and she goes, can we please have another glass and some more hot water, please? And she is then going to push the glass that she has steeping towards Barrow and then wait for the second glass to come to make her tea.
Borrow has a moment where he sort of turns to Petrichor and goes, all right, little one. It's time to trust on something that sometimes your sight might not be able to protect you from. And then he just taps. And then he just gestures toward the table. Pick up those things that you're curious about.
You can definitely sense that because everything is on the table all at once and everything's mixing together with smells, they don't know what to do. There's this like uneasiness and nervousness of like, there is so much happening with something that I have not been able to do until like 3 or 4 days ago. And they're just kind of very much like I was, like knees up, clutching them, just like, oh, there's a lot.
Mara just goes, one thing at a time, yes? And then he just reaches for one of the many plates of different things, grabs it, and he just sort of like himself, he does it, he like moves it close to him, just takes a smell, then puts it down, grabs something else, smells, and then he just sort of gestures as he says, sometimes when you have something, if you're unsure, try. You don't have to take big bites from the beginning.
Okay, I will let their legs down and just whatever their little arms can grab that's closest to them. We'll kind of slide it forward across the table, smell it a little bit, take a little bit onto their plate, and just very small amounts. Like, they look like they're starving, but this is a big and new thing for them.
I would say Clucky's seeing this would kind of get a little flustered, like seeing your small frame and the dainty amounts of food that you're taking for yourself. Clucky stands up, grabs the platter of the chicken that he half demolished, and slammed it down in front of you. Well, eat your meat. You need to grow strong.
They jump very hard.
Clucky, they have their pace, just as you have yours.
Okay. Just need to make sure the hatchling grows strong. They're too small.
And we will.
Xanthi, I will say, is piling on the fucking food because due to the fact she's no longer drinking alcohol, her appetite has actually excelled like aggressively. So even though she herself is kind of small in frame, she is plowing through food right now. Like she is destroying it.
I would say Clucky would be intrigued by the glass of alcohol that Xanthi turned away. Pick it up.
Oh my
It
god!
doesn't smell-
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's happening! It's fucking happening!
Seeing it, he curious as to why Xanthi would turn it away. He picks it up and takes a sip of it. Doesn't really taste jack shit because chickens don't have taste receptors. Really, it just tastes like thick water. I don't see what the problem is, and he just slams the rest of it like it's nothing.
Xanthi just looks at Clucky, like, and her jaw is like hanging at this point, and as she watches Clucky just down this glass of wine, and she kind of blinks for a few seconds. She goes,
So
and she just goes, Clucky, I suggest you stay seated for as long as possible.
Clucky, I will need you to roll a And we are back once again. Thank you all very much for joining us this wonderful evening. Again, we are Two Dice Adventures, and you are witnessing our awesome episode of the Dimensional Dial of Dr. Diago. You can find us on all of the different social media things, and you can go to the YouTube things and watch all of our past episodes to catch up on all the things that you missed. But this is wow. I actually just looked at that. This is chapter 23. We've been at this a while, guys. Like a year and a day.
I know.
Let's go, baby.
Oh my goodness!
So many adventures.
Absolutely
So much chaos.
Insane. I love being here with all of you. It's amazing and makes my brain go burr in the best way possible.
So much brain burr.
Gotta have the brain burr in life.
That being said, Tarzan, give me that number, baby.
Let's go. That's not too bad. 21. 20. Yeah, 21.
21.
Clucky's a constitutional boy.
We will see how that goes later. This alcohol doesn't hit you right away.
As the glass is being downed, Soul looks over and sees this feathered being chucking back a whole glass of this spicy crap, and is like, we have a drinker. Alfred, please.
Xanthi almost
Bring out-
chokes upon him saying that.
What's a drinker?
A drinker?
Was that not water?
No, that, my good man, was one of the finest wines we have here. Actually, that was a gift from some clients in the past.
So it's a juice?
Xanthi is going to turn to Clucky, and she's just going to kind of place a hand on his shoulder. She goes, so, Clucky, do you remember when I was drinking that very smelly juice and I was acting funny? Shot myself in the foot with a crossbow?
Aye. Poison?
You just drank poison. He's not trying to poison you. It's just, that is what I was drinking. What you called the poison was alcohol. It is a fermented, it's kind of like juice, but it's fermented. It's kind of, Clucky, just, you're gonna maybe feel a little funny. Just don't freak out.
Why would I freak out?
You'll see, buddy. You don't need to freak out. Just relax. Calm down. Watch your celestial chickens and eat your food. Eat a lot of food.
Wait, Clucky, is it? Have you not had wine before?
What?
This
I
is
don't
cause
know.
for celebration. Alfred, please, bring us out our finest Caldora wine.
Oh, God damn it!
So perhaps we can leave the wine for after we have discussed other matters. Not all of us here are interested in partaking in that exquisite wine that I'm sure you have, and perhaps we can leave Clucky to find out what it means on its own later.
Varro can hear Xanthi's nails slowly digging into the wooden table as she is just trying her best to not want to indulge in the finest wine in the land of the dead.
Hence why he's trying to stop it.
And Clucky over here slowly going to realize what it means to be drunk.
Clucky in Xanthi mode, minus the fire.
Oh boy. This is
Well,
gonna be
my
fun.
blind but wise friend, I must tell you, you can, yes, resist and turn down wine, but it is customary when engaging in conversation here to share it over a glass of wine, as it, our own little joke, livens up the conversation.
Puns, baby.
Yes, you can refuse me, but I recommend not doing so in front of nobility.
Are you shitting me? God damn it.
While I understand the custom of respect and partaking over a drink, and trust me, I have partook in many. There may be also the chances or the times when such act may be needed to be avoided for internal matters. I hope that you can respect that choice, as tea will suffice.
Of course, because I know of other cultures from different distant realms, all share their own customs. So I am accepting, but others not so much.
Yeah,
Fair
you guys
enough.
will notice there's a slight mood shift in Clucky as he's like cautiously eating now, like concerned about what was just discussed about what's going to happen with him, and it's like second guessing everything that he's inhaling now. Like, is this poison?
Xanthi is gonna just she's gonna take notice of the paranoia because she's been there herself. And she is just again gonna turn to Clucky and she goes, just keep eating, Clucky. Just don't drink any more of the juice, okay?
Aye, sounds fair.
You'll be fine, buddy. You'll be fine. She's like, I'll keep an eye on you. I got you.
Right. On to more pressing matters as to why we are here. So, what is it exactly do you need my help with?
Well, I suppose that we have certain commonalities. You mentioned that you have been studying the dial, and we are connected to it on this journey. Nevertheless, there is something you mentioned which has given me certain pause. You said the papers that you found were quite old. If you had to guess, how old do you think these papers were?
Centuries, certainly. Matt, how old do I think I know? The old
Give
papers are?
me, we're gonna call this. Nothing really fits. Well, let's go with investigation. Not something that you're doing right now, but something you would have done in the moment when you found
The
them.
bats. Yeah, okay. That's just a flat investigation check.
Sir, yes, sir.
There we go.
Whew, it's getting warm. You just see he shakes his whole body and the feathers just fluff up around his neck.
Xanthi is gonna turn to Alfred and just be like, Alfred, could we get 2 glasses of water, please? If it's not too much trouble.
Right away, ma'am.
Ice water, if possible.
It's a dirty 22.
Dirty 22. Beautiful.
Well,
your best guess, getting super accurate, that would actually probably take like equipment or perhaps something arcane. Your best guess is somewhere in the realm of like 300 to 500 years.
Is there a word for 500 years? Like a decade? I don't think so.
It would just be 5 centuries.
5, yeah, okay.
Half a millennia.
Or
It
that.
has been half a millennia by my accounts. No mention of the year or anything when it was written, but based on what I've tested through magical means and more common ones, that would be my best guess.
Petrichor sits up in their seat.
Well, even from what we know, there's evidence of all of us, really. The dial's always in Diana's lab in every dimension. That's the fixed point. Except for last dimension, I don't. Anyway, so there's evidence that there is a different Diana in each dimension. So what you found was what is just part of this dimension naturally. But just as we're traveling through the dimensions, she did first. So even if her research of building the dial, a lot of information, all of it, I know in bits and pieces, some of it's iffy memory things. But I think she's here. And I have a way to test it. I just don't have what I need to try.
There's also, you mentioned that Diana told you to find her.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a realm of spirits and specters. There might be a chance that Diana that asked you to find her was not the same Diana that you know.
Petrichor, with what Barrow had just said, make a religion check for me.
I'm not trained in those.
Oh no!
Guidance.
I might be a cleric, but as we've discussed before, not in the typical sense.
As per the DMs that we've been exchanging, I've been petting Petrichor's head. So guidance.
Head pats.
Traumatized moment from the chicken trying to be caring. I don't get any bonuses to this except for the guidance.
How lovely.
19.
As Barrow sort of puts the idea that it might not have been the same Diana. How it could possibly, there are the undead, there are spirits here. A couple things start to come together. And the thing that stands out to you when you're looking at how this all could be, you heard Dr. Diago say, "Find me." And now you are in this dimension of darkness and undeath, where you had a conversation with the Raven Queen herself. But what voice did she use?
I think not even wanting to have thought about that being a possibility and just the excitement of even a shard of hope of being able to see the doctor overshadowed any other possibility of what this was. And it's not until that moment of Barrow pointing that out that you visibly see their face fall and their entire energy shifts to realization and disappointment.
Borrow's hand is on their shoulder. The journey is not done, kiddo.
Just thought maybe I'd get to see her again.
We might. We still have some time to go. Clucky?
Has the water arrived yet?
Yes, absolutely. The water would have been here.
Okay,
I just
Xanthi
didn't
is.
want to interrupt the tense moment. Tarzan.
You didn't fucking care.
Xanthi, upon the water arriving, is immediately going to push one of the glasses in front of Clucky. And she's just going to pick up her own glass. She's just going to be like, just drink this with me, will ya? And she's just going to take a few sips of the water.
A wholesome drink with me.
Like,
So-
Clucky,
Not like
close
doing
to-
shots, it's just water.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Clucky is like carefully examining the cup, making sure it's not different color other than water, and just
Xanthi
Your
is going to
vodka.
try and like have him be taking deep breaths to like get rid of the hiccups as well. Because like Xanthi's been through the whole hiccup bullshit and that shit is uncomfortable. And so Xanthi would be like, take deep breaths, like try to reset your diaphragm while you, and like almost kind of like how like taking the things that Borrow has taught her in like the very small intervals of her letting him teach her how to like kind of study herself. She's gonna try and kind of in a way pass that on to Clucky. It's gonna be more probably in an aggressive tone than Borrow would. Like just like Clucky, breathe, like
Clear your chakras, damn
and through the beak, out through the beak, like
Zen it up, motherfucker. Zen it up.
and then she's also gonna be like continuously like tipping the glass up to make sure that he's drinking it. So she's Xanthi knows what's going to be happening, so she is just trying to sober up this chicken before any chaos ensues.
you definitely would see like a sense of concern, as this is the first time Clucky's experiencing the hiccups and doesn't understand what is going on. Why his body
I
reacting.
literally just Googled "can chickens hiccup?" and it like not the way that we do, but yes.
You're gonna see that Borrow, after giving a pat on Petrichor's shoulder, he actually stands up and walks to where Clucky is, and he just says, "Clucky, just stay still. Stay still." And then Borrow just has a moment where, with his open hand and just like 3 fingers, he just basically taps on Clucky's
Tarzan.
like. He just goes and gives like some like basically specific points on Clucky's body as he channels his energy, and he just like does a tap 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 and then a tap, and he casts Physician's Touch on Clucky, which technically speaking removes the condition of poison, which is basically what Clucky is.
Oh my god!
Beautiful.
He's used this before. The first time he used it was on Petrichor.
That's awesome.
I like it.
Beautiful.
So
I just want to
sobering moment.
point out, Tarzan, that your chicken hiccups sound like a goddamn Pomeranian. And for the first couple times that you did it, I was like, "Who has that dog?"
So I was legit confused at first because I was not sure where the noise was coming from, and then I was
Because
just
he
like,
does it
"Where?
so quick,
Like, is this,
and then
is
he's
this
just back to his
feedback or
normal
something?"
thing.
And then I realized it was coming from Tarzan, and it was Clucky having the hiccups, and I was just like, "Oh dear God!"
The fastest way to confuse a group of individuals.
I realized it just as saw Taylor's face go. Oh.
I'm sorry. I'm very bad at trying to cover up me realizing shit. Like,
I love it though.
I
That's,
I think
that's what I was like, I'm
out
rolling
of-
with this. I got it.
out of the two of us, I think Taylor and I are the most expressive when it comes to our reactions to things.
I
It's
can't
my
even comment
favorite
on that,
thing.
considering I get emotionally attached to a rock, but this whole entire party has me emotionally destroyed. The amount of emotional reaction I have with this party is ridiculous. Like, oh dear God.
Well,
When
that's
Petrichor
a
became
trauma.
human, I lost my shit. Just
so
fuck.
Clucky
there's
just goes
gonna be
through the
more.
sudden realization of soberization, just like, well, thank you, blind one.
And then Borrow just sort of pats his like his chest as he goes, "Now you know what it feels to get drunk. I do not recommend it, especially for you."
I didn't like it. I didn't like it one bit. No.
Try
It's
living
getting
like
hot.
that for almost 8 years.
Why am I all sweaty?
That's called a hangover, buddy.
It'll pass.
Drink more water. She's gonna push the glass towards Clucky again.
He's
Bar-
been drinking feverishly, yeah.
Bara just starts moving back to his seat next to Petrichor as he just. So, there are many things that you have mentioned so far. I would like to try to address them as delicately as possible, one at a time. First, I suppose, let us address the mention of royalty. Are we to presume that you are of royalty in this land?
You'll see him relax in his beanbag chair and pull out a pipe. Lights it. I'm not royalty, no. I'm a humble businessman.
Humble enough to admit that you work with many people of power with wealthy and valuable items, I suppose.
Well, when you've lived as long as I have, I suppose you rub against a couple shoulders.
Very well. Now, you mentioned your research. Was there a particular end that you were seeking as you were trying to understand and research this dial?
Matt, remind me, is this before or after the events that transpired in the astral plane?
This is so you discovered the dial after.
Okay. Okay.
After the whole thing, I should say.
The whole thing. Okay, got it. All right.
When you, yeah, I will.
Yep.
I will specify in
Please.
yeah.
But I got the gist.
The secrets.
Whispers. Yes. The end, I suppose, is deeper understanding. Understanding of why things happen the way they happen, I suppose.
And what is it that happened?
What do you mean? I did mention a specific event, just things. Why things happen to people. Why
What about
anything
the-
happens.
Insight check.
What actually, you're not even gonna have to, because as he says that, Petrichor just pipes up and says,
What about your dream? The memory. They were all memories. So yours was too.
Dream. What, you mean where we met before?
Yeah.
you were working on, and we'll raise up the arm that you had been hammering.
Your arm. Or harnessing something. It was. I felt an energy from it.
How could you know? You weren't there.
I was there. Well, kind of.
Huh.
I'm the one that woke you up.
I do remember a strange presence.
You were writing in your journal. When I came back. You looked confused, like something was different than normal. Me.
Interesting how the weave folds in on itself. That particular memory is something I have sorely wished to forget. And the things that transpired afterwards. As you may have guessed, I'm not like the other elves here. That is because I used to reside in the Feywilds. The elves there traverse the astral plane almost on a regular basis, and I used to be a part of a troop that led such explorations. I'm sorry. This is a bit much.
You don't have to talk about it, but you were... Angry is not the right word. Vengeful? Like you had a goal and you needed to meet it, but it got more intense as the dream went on, which I think is part of what was going on with each of the dreams. Something twisted.
Upon
But
hearing
you
this,
were-
Xanthi just kind of scoffs for a second before silencing again.
You were after something. And we don't have to talk about it, but we are here. Partially due to circumstances, yes. But and we'll look over to Barrow. I talked to the Raven Queen. She talked to me.
You know of the Raven Queen.
We'll just kind of pull the symbol from under the scarf. Technically, I'm a cleric of the Raven Queen, but things are complicated because I was built, I was made. And I say past tense because clearly not anymore. But I don't worship. There's no, formal acknowledgement. I didn't even know if she was real until a handful of days, maybe a week ago.
Well,
But she needs help. But in order to help her, I got told I need to help you.
the Raven Queen does not demand worship. She demands service. So, whatever her grand designs are must lie with me, I suppose. And my research may know.
At first, well, it's complicated. I think part of what she said already happened because it was just me and Riley, and then I saw her, but she was, and we'll get a sad look on their face. She was Diana. And I was excited because I haven't seen her in a very long time. But it wasn't her, just took the form of her. But she said that not even Riley, but I was the only person who could help you. And then we'll look around at the table and all of them, that you were in danger, which is why I think maybe part of it is already past. But I don't know. I don't talk to gods. The one god that I did know before her, I wanted to. I don't know how it works anymore.
You wanted to kill a god, and
She hurt a friend of mine, still possibly is, and kept getting in the way of things and messing things up, and looks like they don't know how to describe what it is that they feel when it comes to Loviatar. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know emotions. None of this is... It's all new to me.
You see,
Hashtag Space
Borrow.
of the cursed one.
Borrow has a moment where he just mentions wine is not the only type of poison that can get into our minds and our bodies. Rage sometimes takes over, and we try our best to work it through.
Remind me really quick, KJ, you did say Loviatar, right?
Not yet.
Carry on.
Nancy is gonna just be staring at the plate upon hearing this whole thing, and she's gonna just kind of look to. It's Petrichor is fronting right now, correct?
Mhm.
Just check this. I update it when it's a different person.
Okay, so she's gonna just kind of turn to Petrichor, and she's gonna almost. She's not going to say what it is out loud, but she has an understanding of the feeling it's not exactly hatred, but it's a very, maybe possibly a strong form of resentment in a way, as well as but also a fucked up understanding of the circle of it, considering probably what Petrichor went through. But Xanthi would just kind of sit there and just for a moment kind of almost feel sorry for the fact that the child of the party is realizing this scenario, because it's something that it's not easy to process, especially those kinds of feelings. And Xanthi almost kind of, I wouldn't say pity, but she sympathizes and understands the pain that Petrichor is feeling towards an individual that has caused a lot of pain for the people of this party, including someone they're all very close to.
This goddess has been nothing but trouble. I could have killed her. I had the chance to. But it came with a cost.
It always does.
And maybe it would have been better if I had, but can't change what has already happened. But it's besides the point. I'm supposed to help you to help her. She didn't clarify anything, and then there was this chest covered in chains that was mine, and it has my memories in it. Some of them, most of them, I don't. She said that there's a way to unlock it, but only I can find the key, but it's not an actual key, but I don't know what she was talking about because it's all cryptic and nobody answers questions in a way that makes sense.
Well, child, from what I've known in my years of studying the astral sea and time, the weave is just that, a weave. The beginning will always connect to the end, so at some point, your past will connect to your future.
So we're on the Pain Lady again, is what you're saying?
What?
We'll run into the Pain Lady again? Is that what he's saying?
I think he's talking about my memories. I don't remember things. I was only... Riley was right. I can tell you information about the dial, but only a little bit, because I don't remember.
If I may, Soul, you spoke of your astral travels and the weave and how time, both past and present and future, all connect in some form, yes?
Indeed.
Is it possible, in a place such as this, with your abilities, there could be a way, just as we found a different version of the chieftain we once met, that there could be a connection to another version of Petrichor from this dimension,
Hmm.
which could already be connected to both past and future.
I'm certain many things are possible. However, I met Vuna in the Astral Sea. He was already who he was there. So, since the Astral Sea is, how do you say, almost a culmination of everything, echoes of everything, if you will.
Which means that we could also try to find the echoes of the Diana who of about 500 years ago wrote the parchments that you found.
Well, that's actually part of what the dial was designed for, was people like yourselves have used the astral sea to transport between layers of reality. And Diana figured if that was possible, why couldn't you use it to travel in times between those layers?
My theory is the amount of power needed to generate, to rip through the fabric of time to get to a certain point is so much more than just traversing through different states of being.
Oh, well, we do have to charge the crystal each time. But it hasn't
Yes.
always taken, I mean, not always magic either, because when we picked up Riley, this form, it was just energy, because there wasn't magic there.
Magic, from my limited knowledge, is just another form of energy. Whatever this dial was made from, it's able to harness it in all its forms.
You mentioned the parchments that you found. Is it a possibility that we may have a look?
Oh. And he'll kind of like, his face will like, he is torn. Like he wants to help, but he's like, it's like he's been burned before kind of expression.
Petrichor picks up on this and just says,
I can fill in the blanks on what you don't have. It might even help me remember what just you don't have completely in general.
So we'll raise an eyebrow at the child. Maybe you are sent here to help me. All right, very well. Yes, I will show you my research. And
Alright,
he'll
it's
get
enough.
up from the table, and from behind the same curtain that the dog came out of, he'll push the curtains aside, and plastered over this entire, I'd say about a good 10 feet of wall, is just maps, diagrams, small little clippings, all just like nail with fiber thin little thumbtack looking things.
Love that Barrow's taking all of this in. I will say though, Xanthi is gonna immediately just look over all the diagrams, all the maps. She's just gonna kind of take in everything that she can and see if there's anything that's familiar or repetitive that she saw in any previous dimensions.
I'm sorry, say that bit again.
So she's going to look over the maps and the diagrams, and she is going to see if she recognizes anything from the previous dimensions.
Give me a history check.
Woo!
Lucky's
Well,
going to take in these diagrams and everything. Your artistry skills are terrible.
Oh my god.
well,
Laura is gonna say to Petrichor, "What do you see?"
Sorry, I'm taking in what Matt sent me.
That's going to be that's going to be a 16 flat.
16 flat. Every time that you have traversed from dial to dial, from lab to lab, with the notable exception being the dinosaur island, the Jurassic jungle, if you will, there has always been some level of something there. It has always been a laboratory. It has always had, like, certain things are that maybe they're in different places. Maybe, this book was a guide to astrology.
Is the
in
roll
this
high enough to find a pattern in anything?
The only real pattern that you get from trying to see any of it is that, like, all of them just line up to this is not Xanthi's field of study.
Yes.
So it's kind of it's you can, now that you know what the dial does, you can recognize that all of these notes and schematics and diagrams and everything were all used for interdimensional travel, but it might as well be written in Greek.
So upon seeing this and recognizing it, at least Xanthi is gonna just kind of point to it, and she's gonna turn to Petrichor, and she's gonna just kind of tilt her head a bit, and she goes, "Do you recognize any of this? Any of this research? Is this you mentioned memories? Is this bringing up anything?"
Xanthi, it takes time.
I know it takes time, but just take a moment to look at it. I'm not trying to push you any further than you need to, but look at it. See if there's anything that you recognize that's familiar to you, that you something that draws it to you. I'm not sure. It's just I don't know these schematics, but I know you do.
As Xanthi has been saying this, Petrichor is actually tapped on her leg to have her move back and kind of signals for everyone else to do so that they have a full range of everything that's here.
Xanthi immediately gets out of their way and allows them to pour over the information.
Climbs up on a chair to get up on a table and whatever because they're short.
And just for time's sake, I will say any information that Xanthi can gather, she'll point, or any form of similarity that she can gather, she'll point out to Petrichor before letting them completely go through the maps and the schematics and everything.
Borrow's just gonna lean next to Xanthi as they back away, and he just taps on her shoulder and then points and he says, "That looks interesting."
God damn it, Victor! You were waiting for it too.
Xanthi just kind of almost takes a second take at Borrow, and and just a very subtle chuckle comes from her, and she turns to Borrow and she goes, "You're funny, you know that, right?"
It looks like a bunch of chicken scratch to me.
Clucky, do you know how to read?
Oh my god.
No.
I don't think so.
Oh my god.
Let the child concentrate.
Yeah, I know. Let the child concentrate. Xanthi's just gonna kind of process the fact that, okay, the chicken
you've been trying to say
not
something.
read anything.
This wall is a concave wall, so it's kind of like the windows has a little window seat. There's a table there, and right
You mean
below
the room
that.
I'm currently in?
Okay, yes, sure. Fine, just point it out like that.
Windows. Anyway.
And right below that is Alphonse's pillow pile.
Pillow pile.
Yeah.
Cuddle puddle.
How far
Yeah.
up are things on this wall?
As freaking, he's 7 foot tall, so I mean, he's got the limbs. So this is like a 14-foot tall wall.
Petrichor will start with anything they can see good in like a row, and then we'll essentially ask Clucky over to just like in increments lift them up higher on the wall.
It's like holding a bunch of grapes.
Yeah.
Clucky would probably grab them by the back of the armor plating for their armor and just lift them up segment by segment with one arm, letting them read. Just kind of like typewriter style.
I love this family dynamic. It's so great. It's brilliant.
Soul is just like, what the fuck is going on?
Yep.
I am very strong.
Petrichor,
Xanthi's just gonna turn to Soul and just kind of go, just roll with it.
And
Just
then
roll
he'll just
with
go
it.
back to smoking his pipe.
Petrichor, give me an intelligence saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Book of Madness.
Are we using my saving throw DC for what I think we're using, or is this a different thing?
No, it's not. It's not your DC. It's just you're rolling the saving throw. Yeah,
I rolled an 18 minus 1, 17.
Guidance.
you cannot guidance.
Can't do it to
throws.
saving throws. Do I have bless?
Borrow.
Resistance.
Bless.
I do have bless.
Are you going to cast bless?
Yes, I am.
Oh, the
And
sass.
just for the fuck of it, Clucky and Borrow get the other two.
Do you
Soul?
do anything when you bless things?
Uh-oh.
I
Uh-oh.
don't think I've cast bless before. Have I?
You have.
This is gonna be interesting. I can tell.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
What did we just undo? What did we do?
Oh, God.
What did you ask?
It's a radiant casting in an underworld dark place.
Like, what exactly do you do when you bless something?
Okay. This is
Uh-oh.
an interesting little thing. For Petrichor, what it looks like, because I don't think I've actually cast bless before. They have this little vial of water that technically is holy water. They don't really know that, but it's just this little thing of it that they kind of put a little bit on their finger and just like have Clucky and Borrow kneel down and just dab it kind of right here and then do it to themselves, mutter a few words, and there's a very small glow, and then it fades.
Soul, can you roll an Arcana check for me?
Yes, I
Uh-oh.
sure can. I sure can.
We'll be dying with anticipation.
Patient.
Fuck this. Not using these dice anymore.
A 13.
Message incoming.
Oh.
Release the Shadow
Whispers.
Hounds. Here comes the Shadow Hounds, guys.
Whispers.
Here comes the
My-
dark. We are so screwed.
It's fine.
Here comes
My
The dark.
intelligence saving throw that I have no bonuses to was an 8.
I rolled an 18. Look at that. Ha
Do with
Surprise
that what you will. So an 18, yes?
An 8.
An 8.
Clucky rolled an 18.
Yeah, Clucky for some reason it wants to be
Rolled
wants to be
something.
included, though he's not.
Yeah. Petrichor's not gonna get anything, but Clucky's gonna be like, "Oh, don't you know you just connect these runes together with, tie them into the ley line, and it just."
Hey, didn't I draw these on the farm
If we
one
put
day?
this,
Yeah.
we find the dial. We find Cusco.
Okay. So you are scanning over these schematics, these notes, and if it was an entire schematic, it would be complicated enough. And even piecing it together with what you have learned yourself and also what you have seen in the other laboratories of Dr. Diago, that it's still like, if you were being optimistic, you have half. Logically thinking, you probably have less than half. There is so much, and it is very complicated. And me sort of playing off of a moment that you had with Xanthi earlier, where you basically sort of, in a certain tone, said, "These things take time, Xanthi." Petrichor is frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
And as you are
I
getting
think-
frustrated, looking over these, like, the answer's here. The answer is here, and the answer is here. But it's not there yet. And as you keep having this frustration, pretty much right before Petrichor would hit that breaking point of an outburst, there is another crack in the proverbial chains. And what Petrichor sees is this moment from your perspective as you have come into the lab from outside, and you are watching Dinah destroy the dial with a sledgehammer. Her hair, normally very well kept, is wild and flying everywhere. She is swinging away at it. There are notes strewn about the entire lab, most pages ripped to pieces. There is a blackboard that has a giant fist-shaped hole in the middle of it. And after watching her reduce this carefully constructed piece of masonry that she worked on with her bare hands to rubble, she collapses to her knees, crying. In this memory, what does Petrichor do?
Partly just because it's what they're used to doing. They've probably seen, probably not to this extent of an outburst, but things similar to it. Goes over kind of both of their hands against her face, taking in right now they don't have the scarf. That's not part of their facade yet. They grab a cloth, a rag that's in one of the pockets of Deanna's wear, and just starts wiping away the tears as she's still in that state, and uses not quite casts, but for this instance, a non-magical equivalent of calm emotions, which was for Deanna. At one point, Petrichor had a musical function, a music box of sorts that was programmed to very specific sounds and songs. And so to help calm Deanna down, that would play. And they probably came back in with a bundle of flowers and herbs that are a very comforting smell. Just cleaning her up, helping her calm down.
It takes a moment and her sobs slow. She takes long, shuddering breaths that eventually calm to deep breaths, taking in the moment, moves her hair out of her face, closes her eyes for a moment, taking in those breaths, lets you wipe the tears. And she looks up at you, and there's a tone of embarrassment. This is not how she is. This is not how she reacts to things. And there's even a little bit of a hint of shame. But through it, she does give you a warm smile before putting her hand on the side of your face and says, "Thank you. I'm sorry. I need to be patient. The answers are here. I just need to be patient."
You'll figure it out. It will be fine.
And that smile gets a little bit more solemn. And she raises up to her knees and pulls you in for a hug, which now you recall this is the first sign of affection that she showed you. Sort of a moment where this automaton that was built for a purpose as an assistant became family.
I think in the memory, Petrichor is confused. Because Petrichor was kept in the laboratory. They rarely went outside. When they did, it was to collect things. It was to run errands. It was for a task. And anytime the doctor had visitors over, Petrichor was sent out to go do something. They'd never stayed around. So when this is the first sign of affection, it's also the first one they ever saw.
It's not gonna work. This is what I need here, I bet.
Behind the DM screen.
He's like muttering. He's like, and this is where I ask him to roll for initiative. What?
And now a word from our sponsors that we definitely have.
Oh, yes.
Playbeard Studios, people. Get yourself handmade amazing mugs.
I need to get me one.
It's my favorite thing, and it's based off of Petrichor because it's the holy symbol and then like nods to their automaton self and their color scheme. It's my favorite thing.
I love it. That's awesome.
Also, follow us on all social media
order
platforms.
one for
To Be Dice
Xanthi.
Adventures, ADV on TikTok, Twitch, Twitter, and so on.
After this exchange, and she separates and smiles and says, "Would you like to help me?"
I will do whatever you need.
She stands, and for a time you help her pick up the mess, pick up the pieces. And as you're picking things up, she's trying to explain what you're looking at. And though it's not an in-depth explanation, it does piece together some pieces that you in the present day have not quite been able to get to work. Petrichor now has expertise in Arcana.
Oh shit, bitch!
Oh, what?
Okay.
Okay.
Damn.
Is there like
Well,
a surge in power in Clucky's arm as he's like holding up the child to this?
I think
It's not-
what happens. Jesus. What happens is they get to a certain point, and Clucky, all of you can see and even feel their frustration build as they're just not getting what they're hoping for. And it gets to a point where they almost look like they're about to punch the wall in front of them. And before they get the opportunity to, they relax to a point where you're wondering if maybe they fell asleep. But their eyes are still open. And they have a 90-yard stare for a while.
Just gives a
Jesus Christ.
little shake, just check. Like,
Oh, my mind is
Hatchling.
As you shake them, they actually like curl in on themselves instinctively. And
you're
they start blinking really fast and then stop blinking for way longer than is probably healthy. And just a tear, followed by a few more, before
right.
it looks like they come back to it.
So I know Borrow totally sees all of this, but
In the energy where
may I roll an investigation check to see if Xanthi sees the 90-yard stare?
if Clucky turns at all, you can see them perfectly fine.
Does Clucky turn to the rest of the group and say, the child, the hatchling is broken?
I broke the
No,
child.
but, okay, so sorry. So maybe
You
the
all would've
90-yard
seen
stare
Clucky
is not the
shaking
best
in
way
the
to go about it. Would Xanthi see the child like curl up and
it
It's not like
was
I'm
pretty
hiding
obvious.
it.
Fetal starfish.
Yeah, it's not like I'm hiding it. And
Yeah.
Clucky
Okay,
is
Regardless.
continuously confused.
I will say Xanthi will, upon seeing the child obviously curling up while the chicken humanoid is just like, dangling them from the back of their armors, she's going to walk up to them and just kind of turn to Clucky and just be like, maybe don't shake them so much.
As they come back to it, they just kind of like insistently, a little bit panicked, tap on Clucky's arm where he's holding them to get him to let them go.
Put them down.
And just turns from the rest of you, staring off onto a wall.
Xanthi is going to squat down immediately and inspect Petrichor and just pretty much just straight up ask them like, hey, are you okay? What do you see?
And they're just muttering little things of like, you're fine, it's okay. And like rubbing their hands nervously on their legs, just staring ahead of them, trying to collect themselves.
Xanthi is going to reach out a hand and she's just going to just very calmly ask, is it okay if I put my hand on your back? Like, she's not going to touch, like, she understands how touch can be extremely triggering, so she's going to just ask like, hey, can I put my hand on your back? And
as soon as you
respond.
As soon as you say it, you almost watch subconsciously kind of shrink their shoulders in a little bit, like at the thought of you touching them,
not in a negative way, but almost like they're overstimulated.
Xanthi immediately withdraws her hand. She lowers it down, and she just kind of just turns to them and just goes, "Is there anything I need to do to help you through the situation, or do you just want me to give you some space?"
I remember a little bit, but
Remember what?
Santi. Bar is just gonna. It's already like he's staying in the back still, and he just sort of on their time.
Xanthi kind of just nods and turns to listen to Petrichor.
Connected a few more dots. Some that don't have to do with, and they point back at the wall of research. And turns around and just buries their head into Xanthi's chest.
Xanthi immediately just kind of wraps her arms around them, and she just kind of gently, instinctually just kind of puts their hand on their head and just kind of she turns her head down. She just asks, "If you don't want to talk about it, I understand, but if you need to let it out, I'm here." And she's just gonna just then hold them in the embrace.
They kind of burrow in for a few seconds, not saying anything, just trying to regulate their breathing the way that Barrow has always told them.
Xanthi, upon noticing that, she will also kind of try and take on Barrow's breathing to kind of encourage the child to follow the rise and fall of her chest, and hopefully they would be able to catch on and just kind of fall into the same rhythm as Xanthi has them wrapped in their arms.
Kind of muffled from where their face has been hidden. I don't remember her ever doing that. But she did.
Xanthi is gonna just look down, and she's so the whole representation and the dream sequence that just happened. We did not see any of that, correct?
Nope, it's in my head.
Those are always
own personal aspect.
Okay.
Yeah,
Upon
those
Petrichor saying that, Xanthi is going to just look down, and she's going to be like, "Who did you not expect see doing that?"
With that tone of voice, almost panicked, kind of like looks up, even if there's only a hint of something suspicious, the way you said it, a little bit panicked of like realizing what you've said without any fucking context.
Xanthi
kind of like,
immediately just places her hand on Petrichor's head and she almost gives like this very gentle smile as she just kind of looks at them and just goes, "Just tell me who said that."
It's not a bad thing.
I never meant to decide. I can tend to be a bit aggressive. I don't mean to, but tell me. Speak to me.
Well, the memory was triggered by my frustration, because that's what it was. We went through a lot of versions and additions of the dial, as you do when creating something. It's not perfect the first time. But one time, she got frustrated enough that she destroyed all of it. Most of it. Enough that it set us back a while. And just out of my nature, what I was made to do, I was her assistant. I was made to help. That's what I did. That's always what I did. It's what I still try to do. But it's different now. Regardless, so after taking a sledgehammer to the dial, she was crying. So I did what I do. I helped calm her down. And she hugged me. At that time, I didn't know what affection was. I was never around when other people were there, and when I was, it was just talk of research. It was just deliveries or things like that. So I didn't know what was going on at the time, but I also didn't remember till now.
Xanthi is not going to really miss a beat when it comes to she's just kind of petting Petrichor and Riley's head, just trying to calm them down as they're talking to her. And she listens closely, hearing this story of the dial being destroyed, and her mind can't help but just kind of go through situations of like, is this something that could possibly happen in another dimension? Is this something that is meant to happen in some form or fashion, whether it be in another dimension or whether it was something in the first dimension? And she just she takes a deep breath and she just kind of turns to Petrichor and goes, we really don't know anything that has happened since we've gone from dimension to dimension. We don't know if the people we've met are who we are. Look at running into Clucky's father, for example, or his papa. We don't know what versions of us or even Dr. Diago that we're facing. It's conflicting and confusing, but the one thing I know, and that I know is consistent in all of this, is us. You, me, Riley, Borrow, and Clucky. And Crow, wherever the fuck he is right now. I hope he's somewhere safe.
Do these symbols give you any indication where we need to go next?
As Clucky says that, You watch them basically stuff everything they're feeling down, turning back towards the wall and the paperwork. I know the basics of how everything worked together to use the dial. But now, and as they talk about what they remembered being told, will point out things in the studies, talk about things that maybe aren't here on the wall, and just connect what they do recall.
Is there a chance that your doctor could still be here?
Well, I know that the context of come behind me is different now, but I mean, I still have the spell that I wanted to try before the context changed. But I don't have what I need to try.
What do you mean the context is different?
What all do you need?
I think Riley kind of talked about it. I need a focus for the spell, but it can't be just a cheapy version of it. It's going to be something expensive. We're talking 1,000 gold pieces worth of value.
Baro is literally just slightly turning in Saul's direction.
Pointed ears. You have 1,000 gold you can give us.
It's not the money. I need the focus, the item.
Pointed ears. Do you have a focus worth 1,000 gold?
So you probably do not.
Xanthi's
But-
pinching the bridge of her nose right now.
I already know I don't. Yeah.
But I will say this: you know a guy.
Yes. I'm already picking up what you're putting down.
Picking up what you're picking down.
So let me address something first, though. Throughout all of this exchange, Soul had been sitting there very stone still and quiet, smoking his pipe. Non-stop, 1,000-yard stare, frowning, almost glowering at Petrichor ever since they had cast Bless.
Oh shit.
Oh,
I think they don't notice until right now when they talk about it and they look at you and look confused.
Can Baro have an insight check on Saul?
Sure.
With my passive 17 insight, do I pick up on what might be happening?
I mean, if I'm
you get
going to be
generally
honest, I
bad.
think he's about to tell you what's happening.
As he lights his actual pipe.
If it encourages you, I just rolled a nat 20 for a 28. So
Oh, yes, I will tell you everything.
You see,
I know
Here's
you're
all my
feeling, Saul.
divulging secrets, yes.
I know you're
that
goddamn
embarrassing
feeling.
moment when he was in 6th grade. He's never gotten over it. He'll never eat. He'll never have a blue slushy again.
Also,
God,
I know
oh
why you
God.
sleep on the left side of the bed now.
No.
All right.
Child, you best be careful with that. That enchantment magic you have. Should someone who was less understanding than I see it, well, you might end up in dire straits indeed.
Why?
Enchantment, in all its machinations, is illegal here. It's enforced even on the military.
Why?
Who am I to know the rules and regulations? I'm just a mere traveler, in all honesty. Here is where I have stayed for some time now.
I will interject a little bit because this is within the last century that this has become a thing. In fact, it was the current Archmagister who made enchantment magic forbidden to protect the common person from being manipulated by those who have an aptitude towards the arcane. The only enchantment magic that is allowed in any capacity is only used by law enforcement, and it is strictly Zone of Truth.
Yep. Then forget everything I just said and insert that, but in more like storybook form. There you go. Run.
Well, you didn't exactly tell me that. How am I supposed to avoid doing something if I don't know?
Well, now I am telling you, and it's by the gnome mistress's kind graces that you did it in my presence and no one else's.
Doesn't mean you have to clear at me.
Well, let's just say enchantment magic has not fared well in my dealings.
If it makes you feel better, the spell that I would like to try to use is divination, not enchantment.
Well, in that case, we have much to talk about because that's one of my specialties. Not really. Just like to study
Well,
it.
I still don't know. The Raven Queen said I needed to help you so that we could help her.
Well, as you have stated, you have already helped me. And your aura, it does seem familiar as the one that was present when I first met the Raven Queen.
So,
Well, that was the memory, was it not? The door opened and she was there.
Not the memory that I know of. The one I know of, dark feelings and pain, trying to hammer this arm into form. Then a presence much like yours was there. And then suddenly the Raven Queen was there. I don't remember what I had said to the first presence. If I
Well,
did
you
at all.
didn't exactly say much. I was trying to help you and I was asking, at least from what I remember from your dream memory, I was asking if you were okay because you were hammering your arm and it looked like it hurt. And you wouldn't answer me. And so I stopped what you were doing, moved the hammer away, and you kind of, maybe sort of, for half a second looked up at me. And I was like, what's going on? And you said, I have to finish or something like that, and kept back at work. But you didn't really acknowledge me, not much at least.
perhaps we could expedite this process if we can just be direct and candid about certain things. Like soul. What are the things that you are after right now in your life? And what are the things you think are opposing what you're trying to accomplish?
Well, right now, my life is forfeit into the service of the Raven Queen. I must pay back a debt. So, my will is her will.
She told you that at that point in time, in memory at least, that there was a better way to get what you wanted. You wanted vengeance against an entity or something, and you asked her what you had to do, what the exchange was, and she told you that will come in time or something similar, but that for now you could do what you wanted. But I don't know what it was you were after.
Perhaps it was 1,000 gold focus.
No, my feathered friend. And you'll see, like, his face has kind of gone pale. I suppose we will have to talk about it after all. Yes, I indeed wanted vengeance. I sought the power to destroy a certain entity that had massacred my friends and family on our expedition during the astral seas. Do you know of the Dreadnought?
Me as a player does. Matt, does Petrichor know of the Dreadnought?
Make an Arcana check with your nifty new expertise.
How does expertise work again? Do I just add double proficiency?
Added it to your character sheet, so if you refresh
Oh,
it, your modifier is
goody.
different.
Look at that.
Yeah, baby.
It might take a second.
Technology.
Woohoo!
D&D Beyond, everybody.
We're using different dice because the last one failed me.
We have our own Matt Mercer.
27.
Fantastic. Knowing that part of this research did involve talks about the astral sea, and this was more so like a conversation that you had with the doctor, and it was sort of mentioned in passing, like, oh, there's many things out there in the astral sea. There's, stars, there's dead gods, there are people who fly ships, there's massive creatures called dreadnoughts, and describes them as massive creatures of ravening hunger.
I mean, I've heard of them before. I know of them. A little bit about their description.
When you see one firsthand, you witness its murderous cry, its need to feed. You feel it in your very soul, and you never forget it. I don't even know how I escaped my comrades' and family's cries. Yes, it was vengeance to kill that creature. And I did. I did. With this, and he pulls out from under his cloak a rifle that's massively long, almost as tall as he is. It just kind of unfolds from itself. And this arm he holds up that I was granted by the Raven Queen, this strength and ingenuity, I was able to beat and best the thing.
Did it bring you peace? The vengeance that you accomplished?
More of a sense of emptiness. I accomplished what I needed to. But now there is nothing save for my service of the Raven Queen.
Everyone keeps talking of the bird queen. What, is she?
Clucky, the Raven Queen is a goddess, a deity.
Does she look like me?
Yes, the knowing mistress.
So she's a bird, like me.
No. Well, she can if she wants to look like that, but no. She's the goddess of technically death, but life and death, kind of the transitory period between the two. She's a protector of sorts.
Sounds like somebody I could get along with.
That's one of the biggest reasons why I don't know if any of you noticed when we were fighting Loviatar, where I had the opportunity to kill her. A raven came and dropped a diamond from the sky, one that I would have needed to cast Revivify when I did. I think that was her, and that's because Loviatar is the Raven Queen's enemy.
Soul?
Mm-hmm.
You're goddamn right, Loviatar is the Raven's Queen's enemy, and now you are putting together that this child wanted and apparently had the opportunity to kill Loviatar, the Maiden of Pain, whose worship is, much like enchantment magic, strictly forbidden.
Soul does nothing but return to his scowl again and just continues smoking his pipe, and is just like,
You need to stop staring at me like that. I'm not doing anything but wrong, but giving you information.
Upon seeing him scowling, Xanthi's giving him a dirty fucking look as to why he is scowling at the child. Like, what the fuck? What kind of fucking problem do you have with the baby of the party? Like, that is.
I would like to roll to see if Baro sees.
Baro literally just has a moment of, are you all done with your sightful stares?
You ableist.
Even me being blind, I can sense.
ableist.
Even me being blind, I can sense your brows furrowing.
I can hear your muscles tense up in your forehead.
By the way, do you moisturize? Because that scalp not anyway. Damn, it's a lot.
My pain lady was hard to deal with. Very stubborn.
She's not gone either, but she's definitely not coming back anytime soon. But regardless, what was the infernal thing that originally you were trying to harness for the arm? Because you got that from the Raven Queen, but originally you were making something else.
Yes, that. Well, there are certain dark forces at work in the astral sea, much as there are good. I had managed to nearly harness one and contain its power in my arm. Had I continued, I surely would have lost myself, but it was all for vengeance.
This power, it still dwells within you.
Of a different form.
You said it's a dark force, but every infernal thing I've ever come across was nice.
Trust me, child, there are some very not nice infernals. Just as there is a light side, there must always be a dark. It's the balance. And
Well, I
one who
know
follows
that.
the Raven Queen should know this.
I do know that. I never said I didn't. I just said infernal things that I've actually encountered in person haven't been all that bad. I understand the fact that I've read books. I know that there are infernal things that aren't great. But you guys remember the little flying thing that was with Lobatar? He was infernal, but he was nice.
The pocket snack that smelled like shite. Yeah, I remember.
Well, frankly, the fact that you have had dealings with Leviatar is...
It wasn't we had dealings, we tried to kill her.
Every time she showed up, it's been because, in her words, for the most recent time that second most recent time I've seen her, double sun dimension, regardless, she said that every time we've seen her that she's shown up, except for when she's talking to Lobatar, was when there was about to be a moment of the greatest amount of pain. We didn't want her there. Trust me.
She was bonded to the cursed one in our group.
Though I will say she did show up wondering what we did with her. And you
That's
can kind of
because-
see Xanthi shiver a moment and she goes, wondering what we did with her toy.
That's because Lobatar wasn't able to come with us.
Exactly.
He's not a toy.
I never said he was. I was quoting Leviatar. You know, I would never, ever refer to one of our party as a toy.
No.
And Xanthi is then just going to kind of let out a sigh and just turn to Soul, and she's just going to say, needless to say, she couldn't reach what she wanted, and she got angry and took it out on us.
I believe we find ourselves talking in circles.
Aye.
Yes,
How's
you're
our
right.
gold focus? Yes? You have one?
You need a focus, yes. And you also need a power source to power the dial, correct?
It doesn't necessarily have to be a power source, just something or someone who has enough energy to charge it.
Well, one route is fraught with politics, as I'm certain one of the nobles that I know could have such an artifact.
He just Clucky just shudders at that thought.
And I'm certain that the many denizens of the Shadowlands could also be of possession of such things.
Which one includes less fighting? I'm done with fighting.
Well, that all depends on how well you can talk your way around, I suppose.
I'd rather talk than fight. I've always been better with my words.
Aye, but the wrong words can induce the fighting, so...
Well, I'd rather try to talk first. It's always better to find a peaceful option before you resort to violence.
I've always found my fists got answers faster.
That's because what the questions you ask aren't necessarily ones that can be solved with peace.
Why is Gamora?
Xanthi just looks at like the variety of hats that Clucky has on his belt.
Yes.
Plus the one that Petricor's wearing.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! I forgot Petricor's
A
wearing
little
one.
hood peeking out from between the armor plates.
Speaking of which, he'll pull off the coyote hat that he's been working on after his hunting trip with Crow. Hold it out to Saul. You want a hat? I made it myself. It's some sort of canine. I don't know what it is exactly. It was malnourished. smells like shite, but
He'll turn it over and he's like, "What do I need a hat for?"
Xanthi just kind of nudges Soul and is just like, take the hat.
Just kind of
Put it on.
sniff it.
smells like death because it hasn't been properly cured.
Well, okay. Do I know what death smells like?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
It's not enchanted
Absolutely.
death. It's just straight death.
It's not corpse stuff potpourri. It's just
That's okay.
So yes, you are no stranger to the smell of death. However, you do know that Ebonfell does employ beautifiers who do go around casting prestidigitation to keep the streets from smelling like death.
so that's why it smells so nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, Clucky hasn't learned how to cure hats or flesh yet, so he trusted Crow
Hide.
with that part, but Crow hasn't been present in a while, so when he started working on the coyote hat, he hasn't properly cured it. Sorry.
Soul will pull up his cloak, and you'll see like he keeps like an assortment of things on the inside of it, like little pockets of things, and he'll just take a hook out of it, stab it in the hat, hang it on the inside of the cloak, and put it down.
That's not what it usually goes,
Me
but
always.
I'm glad you'll enjoy it. I can't remember how to properly get rid of the smell that comes off of that thing. The strange one that was with us before we got to this dimension was teaching me how to cure, he called it. But
That's all right. I'm sure I can find some things in the various practitioners here.
speaking of which, have you seen a strange one? He carried something similar to what you have in your hand.
What do you mean, strange one?
Crow, that was his name. Or at least the nickname he had. He never really told us his actual name. He had a gun, a rifle. Sniper rifle, I think is what he called it. He came from the same place that I got this. Gestures to all of them.
It's like this machine that like shoots out witch bolts. I don't know. All I know is that I've seen it split a body in half, and it's kind of terrifying.
It's really
Yes,
fucking loud up close.
I know what a gun is. I have one here. But
All right, so have you seen the strange one?
no, I've never seen anyone who has made contraptions.
You
that
haven't
I
seen a
have.
strange one. You don't have 1,000 gold focus.
Clucky. Clucky, please calm down. It'll be fine. We have two pass options to start with. One, finding something I can use as a focus for this spell to find the doctor, but that doesn't seem super important right now, says as not at all believing themselves. The other is potentially visiting a temple to the Raven Queen, which I assume there is one around here somewhere. Because she said, after I helped you, you and me, at least, had to help her. And I try to talk to her by myself, but I've heard from other people and asking around that being in a temple somewhere that's dedicated to whatever deity you're trying to communicate with can help expedite the process, strengthen the connection. I don't know how any of this works.
Well, there are many places you can commune with the Raven Queen. Some more rural than others. The nearest temple. Whispers. Hang on. The nearest and largest location to commune with her is at the Rookery. many nobility go there, so it's best to be on your P's and Q's.
So perhaps there might be a way that a visit to the temple can sort out the other issue. Should we be able to befriend the noble?
Yes, I believe he frequents there quite often. Might be able to catch him by. If not, I know of where he may be.
An encounter near the place of a deity might be a wise choice. Might have them a little more open to conversation.
So we have a plan.
All right.
Of course,
Well,
what-
it's in the area of the city called the Skull District. It's not too far from here, but it is sort of a jaunt across the city.
I'm tired.
If you would have us, we would be grateful for a place to stay and rest.
Yes. Alfred. And Alfred will come in from one of the many doors that actually line the other walls. Please, show them to our guest rooms.
Is there an open place where I can meditate for a moment? I have some farewells to send.
Well, there are the proving grounds that are a floor below. Just an open space where I try out my experiments and spar and the like.
That'll do. Hatchling, can I borrow the crystal so I can say goodbye to Papa one last time?
Sorry.
Or would you care to join me while I make the ceremony?
Yeah, I can do that.
Clucky would get up at this point, stuffing a couple loaves of dried bread into his satchel and some dried meats if there's any on the table, before walking away with Petrichor to the proving grounds down below. His special chickens that has been with him the whole time would follow down as well and start forming a circle around both Clucky and Petrichor as he sets up a small little ritual setting in front of him, in between the two of us. He'll break out a small leather-bound book. It's really, really old. The title on the cover is faded out because it was pressed leather, but it is basically a small little prayer book, but on the first cover, or on the inside cover, has the words Caliban written on the front cover, but Clucky has never been able to read, so he has no idea what it says. He just remembers Papa.
I think seeing the book, Petrichor just looks at it and looks up at you.
I know you said you can't read, but it does say Caliban.
It belonged to Papa. I just kept it with me this whole time, and meeting Papa in the last dimension, I've grown more aware of my connection to the spirits. I figured, if anything, this is the best way to reach out to him and say goodbye one last time. If you have any words, I'll send it as well. And as he says that, he sets out an incense tray and ignites 3 incense as he begins to chant, humming quietly to himself. Actually, at this point, he slips off the bracelet and goes back to crowing. And it's like melodic humming of a crow as he enters into like a trance state and focused directly on the crystal. You get a sense that he's starting to make prayers, and he reaches out to a hand to Petrichor.
As Petrichor is watching you do this, they've actually taken out the journal, the diary that they picked up in the last dimension, and places it on their lap as they take your hand. And just for flavor, because you said that you wanted to try to contact Caliban to say one last goodbye, for flavor, as he's doing whatever he's doing, I'm going to cast Speak with Dead to kind of add to this ritual, this process.
Ooh, that's fucking cool. Something Clucky's been trying to do, but can't really do.
Clucky's totally gonna think he's able to do this by the end of this whole scenario. I'm calling it. Like,
well, the interesting, Petrichor has cast Speak with Dead once before, and Clucky was there for it because I was yelling at him for wasting my questions.
So, given that this is not the actual use of the spell, basically what I'm going to say for this is that it's going to allow you to piggyback, as it were, on Clucky's spell.
All I'm doing is enhancing whatever he's trying to do.
Right. Yeah, no, Clucky... I mean, Clucky, in all actuality, cannot cast Speak with the Dead or anything like that. He's just trying to get more in tune with his spirituality, given the time of practice that he's spent with Caliban in the previous dimension, learning his historical background of Caliban's people and now his people. He's trying to become more in tune with the spirit realm and is using this opportunity to send a final farewell. He doesn't expect to be able to communicate. Well, I mean, he doesn't really understand the whole concept of dimensional travel, so I mean, he probably thinks he can still talk to him, but
I think Petrichor's state of mind as to casting Speak with Dead is because even though most of the time your spectral chickens are spectral chickens, every once in a while we've seen them kind of morph into an actual entity, like the image of someone, and then go back. So they're kind of like, if nothing else, if he's around, you might be able to talk to him.
But yeah, once you cast with Speak with the Dead, the one that did transform or morph into Caliban, you'll see is standing right behind Clucky's shoulder on the right. It has like a gray feather streak on the right side of its beak, and it kind of begins to morph back into Caliban as Clucky enters into this trance state and starts sending his prayer or his farewell. Again, Clucky is not aware that this Caliban is with him, but he's starting to become. He's getting a sense. Like he feels like Caliban's watching over him. He just doesn't know how closely he's watching over him, and he just says his final wishes, and it's all in his natural tongue, so you don't understand what he's saying, but you get a sense he's basically thanking Caliban for every moment that he's got to share with him in this new dimension, and grateful for the opportunity to continue to protect those he cares most about. It's just a long, drawn-out crowing, but you get that sense that he's praying over you guys. And then once he gets that final goodbye out, he his eyes roll back for a second, then go forward. The incense finally finished burning, and he reaches down, closes his farmer's prayer book, puts it back away, slips the bracelet back on. Thank you, Hatchling.
Anytime.
I think it's time for us to go rest. It's been a long journey.
Small note: Soul had actually retreated to the other side of the room and is kind of massaging his head, kind of how he had a headache.
Mhm.
Ever since you cast Speak with the Dead, because he is always in tune with the dead. It's kind of like how you have a microphone and you hold it too close to the speaker and it's just a bunch of feedback. Yeah, that's what's happening right now.
That's awesome.
Man, we're like the worst guests ever.
I'm
So-
just a baby.
So
You all retire. You all, in comforts, lay your heads to rest. And as per the usual, there's two of you that are normally the first ones up. One of which being Clucky McCluckerson, who, upon his normal ritual, finds a
Awaken.
window and looks
Oh,
to
no.
the sky, waiting for the dawn to come.
Oh no.
he would have had to
Oh,
go back
no.
up into the shop to get to a window.
You
Oh no.
look outside and see the stars above you, twinkling in the distance, and you see the moon ever present. But as time goes on, the city is coming to life, but dawn has not come.
What a mindfuck for the poor
There is no day, there is no night, only schedules.
So instead of the usual wake up call that you all hear, you hear Clucky yell out, "What the fuck?"
And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yes.
I just imagine.
Clucky goes out to see the dawn, and it's nothing. And Clucky's just like, "What is going on?"
I just imagine the whole goddamn montage of the animated version of Clucky waking up and going with da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, going up the stairs to go to the window so he can see the donut, and then he's just scratch. What the clear?
Credits.
Fade to black.
Disgruntled chicken noises.
Thank you
Oh my
all so
God,
much for
amazing.
tuning in. Thank you to my players for enduring this ever-present wholesomeness that we like to badger each other with every now and then.
Oh yes.
We
And
love it. We love it.
we will see everyone next time on To Be Diced. Thank you very much.
Bye.